Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. I'm sorry, it's just, I know 2026 just started, but can we go back a few days? Can we just maybe start it over? This was kind of can we return it? Return to sender. Just let's go back 4 days, take a breath, start this year over, huh? Let's do that, shall we? Can we? Huh? I have not been feeling well for, reasons that I'm sure a lot of you have also been feeling. It's weird because, due to my autism, it tends to hit me in different ways. And so, on the surface, I'm able to function fine, go about my day, do my work and stuff like that. But meanwhile, my intestines have been throwing up, every few hours because I think internally, the stress of the world right now is a bit much. And I was thinking, oh, it's going to be quiet over the holidays, huh? Yeah. Anyway, it looks like I had a raid before I started it from my left eye, so thank you. Super appreciate that. We have Morbius, Germ, Jet, Hermeteorologist, Adrian, all in the sandbox. Oh, the almighty Revlo is also in the sandbox. Yes, Hermeteorologist, a mulligan. Let's do a mulligan for 2026, shall we? Huh? The almighty Revlo. Hey, Sandy, would you describe yourself as a socialist? Sure? I don't know. I don't tend to go by labels. Let's just say I'm of the extreme left. I jokingly refer to myself as a social commie. That doesn't really mean anything. So there, that's my answer. I would say socialism good. Communism, if done the right way, good. So I'm of the very progressive left area. I hope that answers your question. Hermeteorologist letting me know he's being my producer right now. Just audio visual, all good. Super appreciate that. So today's live stream, normally on a Sunday evening, it's a news live stream, and technically it is still, but normally it's of Canadian news, federal, provincial, and then other coverage on what's happening with the Palestinians and all that sort of stuff. And my docket is so full right now. There was another subject I wanted to get to that I've had to just kind of list all the links in a spreadsheet so that I could shut them all down, because I have a bazillion tabs open right now. My computer's breathing heavy at me. And I closed down absolutely everything else that I could. And I still have so many tabs open. It's to the point that I think that today I have a very small docket on actual Canadian news. So I think what's going to happen is I'll do that first. Just get that out of the way. Do this teeny tiny docket I have on Canadian news because, over the holidays, just the regular Canadian news I cover has been actually quiet. And then there was so much Palestinian news and of course Venezuela, the United States invading Venezuela, kidnapping the leaders and his wife and all that sort of stuff. So I think what's going to happen is, because it's in the, kind of in the title of the video, I'm going to cover Venezuela first. Normally for a news live stream, what happens is I cover Gaza, Palestinian news, usually through a Canadian bent. And then I'll go on to like federal news, provincial news, and then kind of one-off stories. Like that's usually the sequence of events that the order of operation I go by. But I think it's just going to be the few Canadian news followed by Venezuela. That docket is so big. I think I have to actually end the stream there. And then tomorrow I'll cover all of the stuff that I have lined up about what's happening with the Palestinians. Because that is another monster long docket, because they haven't exactly been having a holiday, to put it mildly. And a lot of what's happening with the United States right now and what they're doing is distracting from like 37 aid organizations being banned from Gaza. So that is another kind of very big docket. So I think I'm just going to split them. So I'll do them over 2 days, because these are heavy subjects and I'm feeling a little burnt out. Because I also have another topic that I have a bazillion tabs for, the one that I had to shut down. And that's to do with things on like Twitter, because Twitter is still my main go-to for all my news, as you will see by the tabs I open. Well, Grok has been producing CP on demand. That was an actual sentence I said, huh? Yeah. So I was going to cover that subject, you know, like the misogyny and stuff that's happening in the news, and some social commentary on the absolute horrific state of what's going on. So that's in its own docket. Like that's its own live stream. So I think I'll be doing that Friday. So these are all like pretty heavy stuff. But luckily I have you guys to vent with, because this is a lot. So I think I'll be doing those 3 live streams this week, plus my appearance on this space, which will be Wednesday. And then maybe just a regular news live stream next Sunday. We'll see how it goes. Oh, the almighty Revlo says, yes, thank you. Okay, I guess I answered your question. Hello, Looney Tunes. Jet, tomorrow, 7-hour stream, Sandy stream. No, that's why I'm breaking these up right now. Because the amount of news that I have on Venezuela will probably be a good 3 hours. And then the amount of stuff that I have geared up for Palestine, Gaza, conservative estimate is 2 hours. You know, just knowing the way I talk. So I need to split it up for my own mental health. Because I think it's too much for me in one stream, especially a 6-hour long live stream. The amount of energy it takes to do a stream that long when I'm covering like pretty significant stuff. Like it's not just as simple as me, I'm just sitting here shooting the shit with you guys for 6 hours. That would be doable. But covering these very heavy stories, having to give my commentary, put my thought into it, put my analysis, have my brain working the entire time. That's a lot. Because you also have to keep in mind, my day didn't start at the beginning of this stream. It started with me reviewing my material, organizing the dockets, filtering out which ones I didn't want to cover, which ones I do want to cover, having to have that in my head and all that sort of stuff. So I've been sitting here since like 11 a.m. So yeah, it's a lot. And that's on top of yesterday, actually just getting the links out too. So a lot of work goes into this. So I appreciate you guys coming out. Hello, the Wild West. Hello, Mobius. What? Who's whattin'? What are you whattin'? What are you whattin'? Oh, talking about the 7-hour live stream. No, that's not happening. That is not happening. I'd be here till like, what, 2 a.m.? No. 1 a.m.? I don't know, something. I can't do time math. Hello, Edgebox. Yeah, so. Right back at you, Morbius. But this is, can you do this? Can you do it? Sorry, I always have to show off how nimble my fingers are whenever I get the chance. Oh, the grog thing. That's what people were wanting. Yeah, no. Because during my This Space appearances, I've been talking about AI a lot and how much I hate it. And I was poking fun at the fact that Elon Musk has enabled a feature for Grok that you can take any photo, regardless of whose it is, and have Grok alter it for you. And so there were a lot of pictures of Elon Musk looking like a clown, looking like a lizard, looking pregnant, like all of this sort of stuff, kissing Trump, because you could just tell Grok to do anything you want with that picture. And in my head, I was thinking that's that. I didn't think it would go the route of all the men on Twitter suddenly going after all the women and saying remove her clothes, regardless of her age. So Grok has manufactured CP on demand. So that will be a Friday show, because we have all of Venezuela stuff to get through, as well as stuff that's happening with the Palestinians, because with all the distractions, it's not a distraction, but with all the news of what Trump is doing right now, we can't forget what is continuing to happen with the Palestinians. That still has to stay front and center. But yeah. Hello, Glitchmaster. Oh, hello. I know John Martinez. I get mixed up with the names. Iraq 2.0 shaped my head, yeah. Oh, John Martinez. I know that you were interested in a drawing, so in case you haven't heard, I had to do a fundraiser back in like October, November to help cover costs of vet bills and car repairs. And so I said that as a way to pay it forward, I would be doing a whole bunch of portraits at cost. I still have all of them available. So if you would like a portrait done at cost, email me at leftofthebox@gmail.com. Because they're available for people who can't necessarily afford a full price portrait. Yeah, anyway, I don't want to get off track with talking about Grok stuff, because I have that all separate. It's going to be its own live stream, probably on Friday. Because, yeah, today is going to be Venezuela. Tomorrow will be Palestine. Tuesday, I actually have plans in the evening. And then Wednesday, I'm already doing a live stream. And then I don't like to overlap too much with this space. Thursday, there's just like 1,000 other leftist shows on Thursday evening. So then that rules that out. So Friday. As well as me working on my TYT essay, which if you saw my New Year's Day live stream, you saw I put together one fucking fantastic montage. So I have started to work on it again, and I know my brain is ready to say, okay, let's get it done, because when I go on my walks to decompress, where I like to dream about my book, this book, where I dream about the sequels and prequels as a way to escape. Well, now my brain is working on the essay, which is a good sign that my brain is ready to say, okay, we need to buckle down and get this done. And then I just went down another rabbit hole with that, because I remember Jake and Anna had on Dr. Phil, a while back. And so I need to re-look at that, because I think they were like trying to launder his reputation on it. And then Legal Eagle has a video out about how there's potential scamming going on. And then I just came across another video talking about his turn towards a Nazi type thing. So now I need to watch that to see if there's anything relevant in it. And it's like, I'll be watching a good 3 to 4 hours of content on that for something that will probably be 30 seconds long in the video. Because I think I'll just like, if anything, I'll just touch on it as like, oh, look at the people they're having on and what they say and what they do. Because then there was also the stuff that came out about Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Somebody releasing stuff, and I'm just like, okay. Uh, Jed and Herman, sorry about the long name. I need to change it to my real name as I no longer support the organization that gave it due to sexism on their part. Oh, I do not know how to say that. Is it Niken? Niken? I'll just refer to you as Niken. If that's how I say it, just correct me. Yeah, it's Looney Tunes. It will be Friday after your show. I usually start at about 6 p.m. in the evening. Hermatologist, not a doctor. Phil, yes. But yeah, I'm just, my brain is working. My brain is working. So I will try to remember that in the future. Your name change. Okay. Hello, Vanessa. Real question would be, how does the heck does Grok know? How does the genitalia of minors look like? What kind of information is being fed to Grok? Yeah, that's disturbing. Disturbing. Fucking disturbing. It's like, if I'm going to be honest with y'all, I don't care too much about people doing deep fakes of me because it's not going to be my body. Like, it's as in it won't even look like mine, because what people think I look like with my clothes on is very drastically different than what I look like without my clothes on, just given previous weight and things of that sort. So oddly enough, any AI generated adult content of me will probably make me look a hell of a lot better than I actually look like. It's not like it's going to be an accurate representation. Anyway. Why don't we actually just get into it? So like I said, I have a small Canadian news docket, and then we'll get into the tons of Venezuela news that I have. And I have to close all the tabs as I go along because my computer is mad at me. It is breathing very heavily right now due to all of the tabs that I have open. He heard me talking. There we go. There we go. Oh, and did I say hi to the True Democratic North? Hopefully. Hi. Let's see. Oh, there's Atticus among us. Come on. If you're going to jump on my lap, you have to show your adorable face. There we go. Super kitty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fly. Ooh. He's purring. No, don't eat the headphones. Okay, so yes, news docket. Oh, I didn't set this up ahead of time. I don't know what you guys are going to see when I put it up. So, yes. Stuff in Canada. Why don't I do the Canada intro thing that I have? Because I rarely remember to do it, so I'm going to do it now.
Today in Canadian news.
I do love that little thing. Whoa! Let's go back to this shot. That did not look right. Let me do studio mode. There we go. For some reason, it decided to show the screen of it. There's nothing private on it or anything, but it shouldn't have done that. Why is it doing that? Yeah, all you saw was my YouTube studio. There's nothing like weird or private about that, but still, that just looked weird. Let's go down here. News. Properties. There we go. Yeah, no, why did you do that one when I have this one open? There we go. Okay. I can do this, and now it's just that one. Okay. Yes, we entered a time loop. There we go. I've got this mastered. I should have set this up ahead of time, but I keep on forgetting, you know, the whole ADHD thing. Well, you didn't have to change your name back. You could have just stayed. I recognize you primarily because of the medicine wheel. Anyway, yes, Canadian news. Small docket on it. I can get those tabs closed, which would be super helpful because I have bazillions still open. So this, again, I just saw this in passing and I'm like, yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that our current liberal prime minister is so conservative that the former conservative leader is like, do you know what? Keep up the good job. You're doing great. Totally on board with what you're doing. Not what the former conservative leader should be saying about the liberal prime minister. Not that I necessarily want them to be arguing back and forth and stuff of that sort. Like, it's nice to see some support, but it's the reason why they're getting the support that I'm concerned. It's because we have a conservative prime minister. So Aaron O'Toole, yes, that was O'Toole. He's a tool. This year, my end-of-year essay will take the form of free advice from a former politician. It's worth what you pay for. It is worth what you pay for it, I guess. I hope that's not an indication of his writing. First up, advice for the Prime Minister. Advice, keep it up. Oh, that almost looked like they were kissing. Yeah, I'm not going to read Aaron O'Toole's Substack. Keep in mind, when he ran to be prime minister of the country, when he was leader of the Conservative Party, their slogan was "Secure the Future." That was their actual Conservative Party slogan. So I'm not caring too much about what he says, although he does seem far less extreme than Pierre Poilievre. Like far less. Well, that's part of the reason why he got kicked out, was he wasn't supporting the trucker convoy the way that the trucker convoy wanted to be supported. You know, he was a little bit more moderate conservative. But again, it's just all these conservatives that are on board with the prime minister is an indication that the prime minister ain't that conservative or ain't that liberal. He's just a flat out conservative. Let's see. Yes, my computer is going like so slow right now because of all the freaking tabs I have open. Yes, so that was it for my federal news. Now we're on to provincial news. So It has been quiet because, Doug Ford is on vacation till like March because he can. But that doesn't mean that, everyone is shut up. So the Minister of Education is just talking about strong achievements when it comes to what they've done with our education. And so T-Dot resident was just commenting on that, saying, what part of an unelected 350-year unreachable supervisor is the accountable leadership? So yes, the Conservative Party here in Ontario has made it so that they have actually taken over some school boards, are threatening to take over more school boards, are saying that they want to sell the school land. They're on the route to privatize it. That's all it is. And so Paul Calandra was just commenting on that, saying how great of a job they did. That's no matter how bad of a job they do, they'll always take credit for things that are not good, if that made any sense. Basically, they always like to gloat. They love to talk about all the great things they did, even though like objectionably or just looking at the reality of the situation, what he has done is not good. And this is an issue I have with all politicians, is that they never once maybe do like some introspection and be like, maybe privatizing the school board isn't going to be a good thing. But well, let's listen to what this douche canoe had to say. I clicked on it, but like I said, it's
when they need help.
Go.
And 20.
Oh yeah, and again, there's going to be a lot of them with music on in the background, which is totally annoying. So if you're watching this in the future and you're not hearing any of this, it's because YouTube said, no, can't use that music. Can't use it.
2025 was a year of great changes in our education system here in Ontario.
No, it wasn't. It was not. Come on.
We've reached some major milestones as we work to further support students, parents, and teachers across the province. Every decision we make.
This is going to be super annoying because it won't pause as soon as I hit pause to say, no, it wasn't. He purposely underfunded the school boards. They've been in charge of the school boards for like 8 years now. Like they've been leadership of this province for 8 years now. The crumbling school system is solely on their shoulders. They can't blame anyone else. And so they have purposely underfunded school boards. And then when the school board said, we can't meet the budget that you've set out for us because you haven't given us enough money, that's when the government steps in and says, aha, see, you can't do the job required of you. Therefore, we're going to take you over. Okay. Oh, this is going to be so annoying.
It's about giving your child the best chance to succeed.
They've also closed down some or put at risk specialized schools for students with special needs. That's not going to give them the best chance, is it?
Becoming the Minister of Education, I've worked to help ensure that every dollar invested in education delivers results for students. That's why we passed Bill 33, holding school boards accountable, preparing students for the future, and giving us the ability to step in when school boards go off the rails.
Says the government that has completely gone off the rails. Again, Bill 33, it's stripping away, like they've replaced school board trustees with unelected officials who get paid $350K a year, like T-Dot resident was saying, which is far, far, far more than the combined amount given to the trustees before. So this is just a way to pay off some of Doug Ford's and Paul's buddies who just get these jobs for, they aren't qualified. They have no credentials for it, but they get to step in and do these jobs where they get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money for doing like just a few days of work a week. I hit play.
With Bill 33, we can now move in more swiftly when school boards fail to uphold their mandate. We've also instructed school boards to open student and family support offices to give parents and students a clear line of communication when they need help. And when mismanagement and dysfunction threaten student success, I stepped in, taking over 6 boards facing infighting, deficits, and poor management. We're continuing to focus on core skills like reading, writing, and improving math. We've launched.
Yes, he's making it sound like that the school boards were dysfunctional and that they deserve to be taken over by him, the 6 school boards. This isn't an accomplishment. It's a failure. It's an absolute failure. And there is a bit more to this video, but it's pissing me off too much that the pause and play isn't working so fast. So I need to close this tab because there's other videos and stuff I want to get to. And hopefully by the time we get to some of the other news, I've closed enough tabs that this isn't going to be so mad at me. Okay, so Tina Yezdani, she is a reporter for City News, Toronto. Really good reporter. I like that she does ask a lot of the tough questions, and she hasn't been taking time off. So here she says, I asked Ontario's finance minister why the Ford government has been prioritizing investments in big infrastructure projects over more pressing needs inside schools and hospitals. It's not either or, it's and, he tells me. Our full one-on-one interview is there, but this is just a clip from it. Again, Doug Ford wants to spend literally like hundreds of billions on that stupid tunnel under the highway, on the mega spa, on all of these other things. But there's so many schools with the roofs falling down, with no air conditioning in the climate that we get nowadays in the summer and whatnot. Not enough teachers, not enough doctors in the hospitals. Like all these things that would actually affect our day-to-day lives is not being taken care of. But Doug Ford will be like, look at these big, massive projects we're doing. There's going to be a tunnel under a highway. It's like a triple stacked tunnel. Because what's worse than being stuck in a traffic jam on the 401 is to be stuck in a traffic jam in a tunnel under the 401. There's so many better ways to be spending our money. Not to mention like all the ways that Doug Ford has wasted money with bad deals, and this province won't be able to recover for generations, and that's just providing that the next series of governments we get in actually do their job.
I wanted to start with your fall economic statement. It focuses a lot on business incentives and infrastructure projects. So I guess first and foremost, how do you weigh prioritizing the bigger infrastructure projects against some more pressing issues inside schools and hospitals, for instance?
Well, first off, it's not either or. It's and. So we have the biggest infrastructure plan in the history of the province. So some
a tunnel under a highway that nobody needs.
60 billion for hospitals, 30 billion, I believe, for schools, another 70 billion for transit, another 30 billion for highways. So it's not either or, it's and.
You see the classrooms that are now, seeing 30 plus students, hospital wait times are increasing. So how do you decide that those more pressing issues that Ontarians are facing every day are less of a priority than the bigger infrastructure?
Well, they're actually more of a priority. So when we came into government, health sector got about 60 billion of funding. We now increased it to 90 billion, a 50% increase in 7 years. That's the fastest increase in the healthcare budget ever. Education, when we took over, was a 20.
Keep in mind that a lot of the money that's going into healthcare right now isn't going into the public sector, it's going into the private sector. And they'll get to that in just a moment. But basically, yes, it is still a public healthcare, but it's public run by private. When it's run by private, that means a lot of money is going into the pockets of people. And the private clinics, even though like technically speaking, I should be able to go to there and get everything covered, they will try to upcharge you. They will try to do all these other things. If you're somebody that can afford some of these other little bells and whistles, you'll get in line first. And so it's a two-tiered system, basically. And it doesn't shorten the wait list for people. Whereas, and they also charge significantly more for the same procedures that would happen in the public system because they're for profit. And that's where a lot of our money is going. It's just being funneled into these healthcare corporations.
$9 billion budget. Now it's a $41 billion budget. So we put unprecedented amounts into our school system. There's always more to do.
When you talk about those unprecedented numbers, that record spending, are you satisfied with the way that money is being spent? Because let's talk about the healthcare sector, for instance. A lot of that money is going to private clinics as opposed to the public healthcare system, and critics will say that the public system is being neglected. So how do you respond to that?
Well, the critics and you are dead wrong. It isn't going to the private care system. It's the publicly funded but privately delivered, which has been going on for 30, 40 years in this province. That's nothing new. But
It has been drastically expanded under Doug Ford, though, and the public system has been bled dry. All these guys like to lie, and that's pretty much the end of that clip. Let's move on. So, something else that I have been talking a lot about on this channel was the closure of supervised consumption sites. Well, anyone who was paying attention knew this was coming. We all knew. And it's sad. It's really sad that, Doug Ford did this on a whim to shut down these supervised consumption sites, promising these heart hubs for people dealing with addictions that never actually came through, and those money that would go to those heart hubs would also go to his buddies and that sort of thing. And this is the consequence of that action, is there have been more overdoses and people no longer with us because of it. People who will no longer have that chance to recover from their addiction because Doug Ford closed these sites, despite all the experts saying don't. So Tina again saying, frontline workers tell us Ford government's decision to close safe consumption sites near schools and daycares have resulted in a spike in opioid-related overdoses calls in Toronto, putting pressure on paramedics and straining the rest of the healthcare system. So yes, the underfunded healthcare system, because it's not like the people dealing with these addictions are going to the private clinics that all of our money is going to. No, they go to the emergency room that is being drastically underfunded. And, especially this time of year with the flu and COVID and all that sort of stuff, there's more and more pressure on emergency rooms. The doctors get burnt out. The wait times increase. And some people who need to be seen sooner than later don't get that opportunity. And so this is one of the tragic outcomes of Doug Ford's policies. The amount of social murder Doug Ford is going to be responsible for is astronomical. Yet not too many people seem all that concerned with it until it happens to them.
Yeah, and Melissa, those working on the front lines of the opioid crisis say they're not surprised there's been a spike in overdoses. It's what they've been witnessing for months now. But they do point to recent provincial changes as the reason why paramedics specifically are getting more calls, putting a strain on the rest of the healthcare system.
We need to have an urgent response. This is an emergency.
New calls for an urgent response after Toronto Public Health released data painting a grim picture of opioid-related overdoses in the city. Between December 20th and 28th, Toronto Paramedic Services responded to 122 calls, 35% higher than the average number of calls in the same time period in 2023 and 2024. It was deemed a significant enough increase to warrant a drug alert.
I wish they could share the data all throughout the year because people are walking around with their eyes closed to a tragedy all around them.
The director of Toronto's drug checking service confirms the street fentanyl supply that she's seeing is increasingly more contaminated and less predictable. But she believes the increase in calls to paramedics is a result of the Ford government's decision to close supervised consumption sites that are within 200 meters of schools or daycares.
There aren't other services for people at highest risk of overdose to access.
And Doug Ford was promising that nobody would be left behind, that anyone who needed the care would be able to get the care because of his heart hubs that still don't really exist, that, there would be no change, that, everyone's going to be looked after. It's okay. We're going to close these. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And as we're seeing, as a lot of people who are actually paying attention knew, that wasn't the case.
Many of the province's supervised consumption services have been closed. Those were services that directly, responded to overdoses and would alleviate some of the burden associated with those types of calls on our system.
We are standing in one of just 5 supervised consumption sites that remain open in Toronto, and they are swamped this holiday season as more people come through their doors than ever before.
We had our busiest month last month in November. It's not a surprise to me that there's been this spike. It's something that we all predicted would happen with the closure of so many supervised consumption sites in the city.
Water, tourniquet.
The Kensington Market overdose prevention site, run by the neighborhood group, no longer receives any provincial funding. They rely solely on fundraising to keep their doors open.
This has been our worst December in years, and we're at our breaking point in terms of fundraising to stay open.
They tell us they are reviving 2 to 3 people a day on average.
I do have concerns. We're a small site. We have very few staff. And yeah, I do fear what's going to happen.
They are located close to a childcare center, and the only reason they remain open is because they challenged the province's ban in court, claiming it infringed on their charter rights. They are still awaiting the court's final decision.
So this one can be closed too in the near future, but the courts, generally speaking, tend to rule in the correct way in Canada, like the Superior Court, Supreme Courts and stuff like that. But then Doug Ford can just come in with the notwithstanding clause and say, I don't care what the court said, and I'm just going to shut you down anyway.
And the health minister's office did send us a statement just a few minutes ago. They tell us instead of giving people tools to use illegal drugs, they are instead investing in mental health and wraparound supports, and that includes $550 million to build 28 new homelessness and addiction recovery treatment hubs across the province. Melissa?
Yeah, they're still not built yet. So you shut these all down without a place for them to go. Absolutely just grotesque of him. So, what would be nice, though, is if we had, an alternative here in this province. A party that could spark excitement and enthusiasm. What Ontario needs is a Zora Mandami. We need someone with that level of like socialism and can get people excited and hopeful for the future and, run Ontario like a socialist project. That's what we need. This is not how we need it. Marit Stiles, the leader of the Ontario NDP, she should have stepped down. Just says, if you think this looks like a Zora Mandami fundraiser video, you're right. Just so. The audacity of this. Just the audacity of this to be like, no. We're just going to say out loud we're copying him in his style. That's the thing. It looks like a Zora Mandami video, but does it deliver the same message? Does it communicate the same principles, priorities, policies as, this person here, Sandy Lovis, says? Riding the coattails of someone you would have kicked out of the party for being too progressive is so cringe the dumpster lit itself on fire. This should have far more likes than it has, I'm just saying. Yes, because way back when she kicked Sarah Jama out of the party for, saying Palestinians are people before the party line decided that was the case. The NDP is going to fail again, and it's because she decided to stay on as leader. That's it. She should have stepped down. We need somebody who actually represents the NDP, somebody who represents the base. This video that you're about to see is just so beyond cringe. Just how she says everything, the way that she just directly says, yes, we are so copying him. But it's just, it comes from the most like white woman-esque view of what like socialism should be. It is just like, it's hard to explain how pathetic this is. Be like, oh, we are so hip. We're so hip. We're just going to copy Zora Mandami, but you know, to make it seem like it's not a copy, we'll just directly say it's a copy. So we're going to own that we're copying his style so that it doesn't seem like we're trying. We're just going to do it. We're just going to do it. We're just going to copy his style. Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't do that without also mirroring the policies, mirroring the socialist language, telling us what you are going to do versus just saying we're copying his video style. What the fuck are you offering the province? Huh? What socialist policies that copy Zora Mandami are you promising for the province? Anything? Anything. Again, this has very camping music on in the background, so if you're watching this in the future, you won't be able to hear it. But, yeah.
I'm in North Bay, Sudbury, Algoma, Manitoulin, and honestly, I'm freezing. You know what would warm my heart? Crushing our December fundraising targets.
This is just, you know what would make me feel better? I would just look at all this cold, give me money. Give me money. Just give me money. I'm not going to tell you what, just give me money. That would just warm my heart so much, as if you give the party that has failed you over and over again money. We're copying Zora Mandami's style, by the way, because we're real progressives here. I
know what you're thinking. You're thinking Marit Stiles is totally copying Zoran Mamdani with these fundraising videos. And you'd be right.
Damn straight I am. We can't have an original thought now, can we?
Because I need to. Doug Ford increased the individual donation limit by 47%. So his insiders who pay to play can get even more influence. We have more donors than the Conservatives and the Liberals combined. That's huge. But we're still getting out fundraised.
Yeah, all of our donors that we have more of, you aren't paying enough. You need to give us more money. But listen to the catchy music we have on in the background as we kind of scold you for not giving us more.
By 4 times. In the last election, Doug Ford spent double what we did. Double. So if we want to be competitive, we have to crush our fundraising targets starting now.
She hasn't said anything yet about what she plans on doing. Where's the policy? Where's the Zora Mandami socialist policy? You're just saying, money, money, money. Give me the money. Give me the money. Donate, donate. Why? Because you put a hockey game in your ad? Why? Because you said the name Doug Ford? What the fuck are you offering?
You can get up to 75 cents of every dollar you donate back in your pocket when you file your taxes. You donate, you get most of it back. Everybody wins. Well, except Doug Ford. That's the point. Go to ontariondp.ca/December to make your donation now.
Oh, so this is what, okay, so now this is what your donation helps. Okay. Organize volunteers, fight corruption, research. Okay. More research. Fucking God, I didn't read this. No wonder it was going by so fast. Let's see. Party registration and renewal. Again, more just party politics. And elect an Ontario NDP. TV advertising, amplify workers' voices, defend local school boards, radio advertising, online ads, beat Doug Ford. How? What are you doing with the fucking money? Research? We'll just elect an Ontarian NDP. What, as opposed to here in Ontario electing a Manitoban NDP? Ads, and more ads. We'll beat Doug Ford. Climate change awareness. Yes, we'll make you aware of it, but what are you going to do to prevent it? What are you going to do to battle it? Fight for a better worker training. Tranning? I'm sorry. Let me just this is it me or is that missing an I? Tranning. My spelling is really bad, especially in the moment. Did somebody else? Am I wrong in thinking there's an I missing from that? Let me know in the SandBox because my spelling, especially short notice, I'm pretty sure there should be an I in there. Somebody tell me. Anyway, they didn't pay for any editors, I take it. Boost online posts. Yes, let's give Elon Musk more money. Oh, where were we? Oh, no, okay. Beat Doug Ford. Oh, so okay, yeah, climate change awareness. Tranning. Did somebody... No, there is no I in it. There is an I missing. So yes, there is an I missing in that. So they obviously did not pay for an editor. So boost online posts. Hack the algorithm. You could do that for free if you actually, learned how to use the algorithm. I can't say much. I'm horrible at that. Oh, make Marat Styles premium. That's exactly what we need. Yes. Because why? What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Hack the algorithm. Yeah, make Marat Styles premier. Okay, now I'm like in my head, I'm like checking everything. Did they spell that right? Isn't premier supposed to be R-E? Okay, I need to do this. Ontario. P-R-E-M. Okay, no, they got that right. Okay. P-R-E-M-I-E-R. Yep. Lawn signs. Help them get more lawn signs out there. Present a new deal for door hangers? What? Present a new deal for door hangers? What? Look, we can, if we order enough door hangers at one go, we get a discount. That's, it's bulk buying. That's what we do. So we need a new deal for that. So if you give us enough money, we can bulk buy these door hangers and make them cheaper. Yeah. So if you give us more money, we can bulk buy these door hangers. Are you missing a word there? Present a new deal for door hangers. Knock on doors in Doug. Okay, you can't be like breaking up these sentences. Knock on doors in Doug Ford's riding. You could have put that in one line. I know it'd be smaller font, but you should be knocking on doors in all ridings. I'm just saying. How does more money help just knocking on doors in his riding? You should be knocking on doors in every riding. Fight rising costs. I know those door hangers are so fucking expensive. Comprehensive housing strategy. And it's cut off because they didn't center that one proper. Brochures. Yes, I can definitely see how a brochure will make my life better here in Ontario. ODSP rates. Whew. Don't need to worry about them being increased anymore because I've got a brochure. Defund underfunded. Defend underfunded students. Postage. All your donated money is going to go to postage. Phone banks. Fight for rural health care. That actually almost sounded like a policy. Websites, campaign staff. Hold a Sweet 16 for. I'm sorry. But if I'm donating money to the Ontario NDP, I don't think we need to hold a Sweet 16 for the Eglinton LRT, because that also should have been one sentence. No, I don't think a transit system needs money spent on it for a Sweet 16. Like, I get that there's some sort of pun in there about how long it took for the Eglinton LRT to get up and running because of Doug Ford. I get that. This was just done in the worst way possible. And it sounds a little pervy. Hold a Sweet 16 for the Eglinton LRT. Advocate for tenants. Even more research. God. I hadn't actually read these. No wonder they go by so fast. They're just filling in areas here. Even more research. Training organizers. Push back the rising tide of accounting? What? Is there a rush of accountants I'm not aware of? Push back the rising tides of accounting? There's a lot of things I'm worried about in this province, but the amount of accountants around me and stuff like that isn't it. It isn't that. I'm not too worried about the accounting going on. You see, Doug Ford would be the rising tide of crime, but Marit Stiles is the rising tide of accounting. Call out Doug Ford's BS. You need money for that? I'm doing it for free. Pay me. I'll call out his BS. I do it for free. Fuck. I hadn't read these ahead of time. Oh. Call out Doug Ford's BS. Are you going to use the phone bank for that? You need the money for? Is it like a wagon horse thing? Like, do you need the money for the phone bank first and then you get to call Doug Ford out? Campaign office rentals. I could see why you need money for that. You know, rent prices are through the roof. Did you mention anything about the cost of rent in this ad? Anything? No, of course not. Riding Association men. Again, this is all about the party. It's all about the party. Fight for a provincial agency. What is with this sentence structure or lack thereof? Oh my God. Fight for a provincial agency. What, are you going to go the route of Danielle Smith? We need to have our own agency here in this province. Be gone, Ottawa! Get out of our province! Fight for a provincial agency to build affordable housing. That is almost a policy. Office equipment. I just stole all the office equipment I need. You can't go to Dollarama and pick up the Post-it notes? event venues, processing fees. How much is the fucking retirement card? Happy retirement card for David Pickney? How much is it? Like, is this her trying to be campy? Intentionally? Like, is this intentionally supposed to be this stupid? Is she trying hard to be this stupid? Is this like a choice? Was this a oh, what's the word? Was it like a director's choice? That's not the word. Fuck. You know what I mean, though. Was this like a vision of hers to be like, let's make this as fucking campy as possible and they'll love me. They'll love me. Look, I put office equipment. Oh, a happy retirement card for David Pickney. Name nobody knows. Nobody knows who the fuck David is. As opposed to, have a pissy retirement, David. Graphic design. Well, yeah, if you had graphic designers, then maybe you wouldn't have to go and buy a happy retirement card. You could just make one. Let's see. Graphic design. Do the math because Doug Ford won't. Branding. Video. What the fuck is this sentence structure? Do the math because Doug Ford won't? On what? What are you talking about? What is this? What is this? Branding. Oh, she just admitted to copying Zora Mandami's branding. Stylistic choice. That's what I was going for. Is all of this a stylistic choice? Like, why do you need to pay for branding when you're just stealing them from Zoran? You don't need this. Video production? Yeah. Defend the green belt. Photography. So expensive with all the cell phones we have around these days. Are you seriously paying for a professional photographer? Do you need to? Like, I'm more than happy to have photographers have actual work, but, really. Media relations. You can come on to my show. I won't charge you anything. Voter database. Because that's not free. Let's see. More community outreach. Travel nonstop across the province from Windsor to, I do not know how to say that, and neither does she. She just put it in there because it sounds very woke. Oh, I'm so inclusive. You could have just said Thunder Bay. That's like pretty much everywhere. Identify target ridings? I can tell you that. Build local campaigns. Yeah, okay. Train campaign managers. Candidate recruitment. Oh, you don't want to go there with me. I know way too much about that. Grassroots-led policy making? Are you fucking kidding me? Volunteer recruitment. Door-to-door canvassing. But I thought we did the door-to-door knocking earlier. Is this different? Oh, right. We were talking about the door knockers that you put on the doors so you don't have to do the canvassing. Sorry. Wow. All of that went by in... Let's see, that's like about 10 seconds. No wonder. She didn't want people to pause and actually read this shit.
Sudbury.
If I say it enough times, I'll get it right. Sudbury. Sudbury? Sudbury. I can't say anything. My pronunciation things suck. But it's like, oh, look at me. It's like the bloopers at the end of the reel. Sudbury. 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 Why can't we have this? Why can't we have this? Watching all the worst people freaking out over this line has been such a delight. See, he's getting covered on like Fox News. He doesn't need to pay for the algorithms. He doesn't need to pay for the publicity. All Zoran needs to do is be bully progressive, and he gets all the media attention. Talking about policy and what you're going to do. Like this is not something Marat Styles would ever copy.
We will draw this city closer together. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. If our campaign demonstrated that the people of New York yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster it. Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers. We will draw this.
Can you not come be premier of this province, please? Please save us. Save us. So that was a lot longer than I had anticipated because I just needed to mock the hell out of Marat Styles. But you see, part of what Zoran is saying, part of the reason why the establishment, the right-wingers and the liberals and stuff are freaking out is he's talking about collectivism, as in community, as in if we work together, we can actually overthrow or get past a lot of this divide and conquer of capitalism. Capitalism wants you to be isolated and alone and individual because when you're alone and dealing with these things, you have very little power. You have very little support. But if you are with community and you have that support, and when you do things like collectively organize, when you go on strike together, that's when we have power. And that's why they're so upset with him saying that, is that they know that if the people of New York actually band together and work together to make New York, you know, a little bit more socialist, it's a long way from socialist utopia, then it will serve as an example of what you can do when you work together. That's what they don't like. The threat that he poses. Anyway. Oh. I need a drink. Because the next subject we get into is going to be pretty damn brutal. But let's check the SandBox. I did not realize how bad that ad was. Like when I just saw it, I knew it was bad, but oh my God. Let's see. Okay, there we are talking about Abernathy on my lap, I think. Okay. Aaron and Gray, Abernathy is a Bengal mix. I thought he was just a pretty tabby when I got him from the rescue. Turns out he was a Bengal mix. If I had known that, I probably wouldn't have gotten him because he is quite the handful. Hello, Adrian Vixen. Nice to see you in the SandBox. Hello, Old Grease. Okay. I'm just scooching past a lot of these. We still have so much to go through, so. And I'm kind of curious what you guys were thinking about the ad. Let's see. Hello, full your music. It's like they didn't understand that when we're selfless, that it's genuine. Their self-dominant nature gives them hell because the justice system, it's in the current form, it's a symptom of ADHD. Not entirely sure what that means, but thank you for commenting. The Wild West Side. Bob Ray, come back and fix this shit. Things are bad when you're calling for Bob Ray to come back. Cyan Doodles saying, it's so tacky. Wow, yes. Let's see if I can drink this time without choking on it. I'm sorry, can we please refer to Substance Lady as Canadian Karen? Etchbox. Next she will show maple syrup. Yes, where was the maple syrup in that? I don't take that as a legit Canadian commercial without that. Let's see. Aaron and Gray, capitalization of education is the worst thing that could have ever happened. Yeah, Glitchmass said they're going to trans the workers. It's tranning. They're going to pay for tranning. Not for editors, but for training. That would be a very progressive move, Edgebox. Oh. Yes, there should have been an eye in there. That's what I was thinking. Oh. Door hangers. You know, the do not disturb type. Present a new deal for door hangers. Yes. God. But John was pointing out that Premier is spelled correctly. It's just sometimes we reverse the R and the E's, like the prime. No, that's not one. In certain things, we reverse the R's and the E's. So I just wanted to make sure. My dyslexia is always getting bad. No, Looney Tunes, I wasn't texting. I was checking the spelling. Yes, we got the brochures. Oh boy, yeah. Talking about the phone banks. I want the phones debanked. The Wild West. Hold a Sweet 16 for the Eglinton LRT. Light rail transit, for those who are wondering. Which is a train. That's next level autism. I'm not there yet. Yeah. You're really obsessed with those trains if you're holding a Sweet 16 for one. Wild West need to take more Tylenol, so I'm throwing birthdays for trains. Looney Tunes appreciating my sarcasm. Yes, apparently they need money to call out bullshit. I'm doing it for free. John, the use of hyphens would have gone a very long way to make this not look like some jumbled, broken up long sentence. Yes. Maybe they got AI to write it. I kid you not. They probably got AI. This is an AI-free channel. Damn it. I might have shown AI content by accident. You can't tell what's real anymore, can you? Oh. Looney Tunes. So you'll charge me $5 if you make me come on your show again, Sandy. Huh? Yes, Sudbury. 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 Let's see. Let's see. Old Grease, not that I'll cool any of you down, but I feel compelled to mention that Zoran is married. Yes. They're very, they're, they're, they're a couple, that, they look well together. They look like a very nice match. They're both fucking hot. I'm polyamorous, so hey, I'm down. Okay. Hello, Bobby. Okay. Fuck, now we have to transition into talking about Venezuela. I didn't know it was this bad. I would have saved it till the end. Her meteorologist. I don't think I've seen his wife. There are a lot of pictures going around about her because of some people were saying that Zoran's going to bring Sharia law into New York, and then they were showing pictures of her. She doesn't wear a hijab or anything of that sort. And it's very stylish. But yeah, you can. I'm worried now about her pictures being on Twitter, though. Anyway. Whew. I have some chocolate-covered almonds gifted to me for Christmas. I'm just going to... I need to take a bit of a breather because we're going to need to talk about fucking Venezuela next. And the absolute shit nightmare we're in. So for those of you who are joining a bit late, I'm having to split these streams up because there's just too much bad news right now between Venezuela and what's happening to the Palestinians. So next I'll be covering Venezuela, and then tomorrow I'll do another live stream covering what's happening in Gaza and the Palestinians in West Bank. And then Friday I'll be doing another live stream of things that I've been saving up about how Grok is making CP on demand. Fuck this world. Oh. Sometimes I wish I was drinking alcohol on stream, but not my style. Gotta drink the caffeine. It keeps me calm. Okay, what is next? What is next? What is next? What was the order I was doing this in? I think this one was the next docket up. Yeah. So this talks about the attack on... Is this the right one? Oh, my computer is so mad at me. I just closed a bunch of tabs. Okay, yeah, this is the next docket that I want. Okay. Bobby likes my slinky. I always have it on. I always have it on. Jet, so is Twitter going to get arrested now? It would be nice. It would be nice. Yeah, Zoran is bringing Arabic numerals to New York schools. The horror. The horror, says John. Next, are they going to teach algebra? How do you transition from that to what we're about to talk to? God damn it! Anyway, people can go and check out my live stream I did New Year's. It was a bit of a chill session after we talked about the fox hunting anyway. I showed a montage I had put together about Tucker Carlson that I'll be using in my TYT essays. I've cleaned it up since. I've looked into some other stuff. Going down a rabbit hole of just watching a few videos on Dr. Phil, because I remember he was on TYT, and then I looked at, I went to the TYT YouTube channel and I typed in Dr. Phil, and the results you got back are kind of disturbing. So, yes, I'll be doing about 4 hours of research just for a 30-second bit in my TYT video essay. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Yes, this video essay is going to be over a year in the making by the time it's finally out. Hopefully it will be worth it. Fingers crossed. Oh, I can't do that with the slinky and the ring on, but fingers crossed every which way. The things you can do with an extra tendon in your fingers. Like this. Anyway. See, that's a play on this. I still need to... Man, trying to shift into this next topic after that. I think I need to actually clip that. I think I need to actually clip that and post that on. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to. I don't mean to chew in front of you. I hate chewing in front of people. Hopefully there's no copyright issues with that ad, that Merit Styles ad, because I think I need to actually clip that segment and put it out there for the world to see. Hmm. Okay. Just need to. Part of me is just delaying too, because this is a really fucking hard subject to get into. You know, death and chaos and all that sort of stuff. It will not be another 12 months, Looney Tune, before that video essays get released, because I want to start working on my book again. I have plans for my channel that I want to work on. You know, just being able to clip more things, do small video essays in the style of like David Dole or Mike Figueredo and stuff of that sort as well. So, you know, I want to be able to focus on that sort of stuff, on building my channel, and I can't do that with this TYT essay kind of looming over me. So I will keep people up to date. Like, I'll let you know when the initial script is done. Because after the initial script is done, so long as I stick to it, it should only take about a week or two for me to smooth it out. And then a week to edit. Well, a week to film and edit, I think. So film my part and edit it. No, it should only take a week for me to smooth it out once the initial script is done. And then a week for me to film and edit it. But I still plan on making like little teasers for it, like little trailers almost. Like a 30-second long trailer about it, to start posting those to get people excited about it. That sort of thing. Hello, good for Gabby. But you can see the actual work I've been putting into it. And then I've been making notes on my phone as I'm out walking and stuff, of ideas and stuff for it. So my brain is definitely starting to switch over into the video essay. Because I have to consciously think about moving back towards thinking about my book and the world of my book when I'm walking. Because that's my escape. Thinking about the TYT essay is not my escape, but it will probably happen more and more the more I get into the video essay, which is a good thing, because then I think of really great things to put into it. So, yes. Anyway, I have no idea how long it will be before the initial script is done, but then once the initial script is done, it would be about a month at the most for it to get out. So I'll let you know. I'll let you know when the initial script is done. Okay. Oh, I think we can get started now. So, yes, news broke over the weekend. Big news. United States just decided to go in Venezuela and kidnap the president and his wife and bomb and kill people. They just did it. No congressional oversight or anything of that sort. Nope, they just invaded another country and kidnapped its leader and killed a bunch of people. Because there are no rules anymore. And all these people who said, but Donald Trump is the anti-war president. Yeah, no, he's one of the worst at this point. The amount of destruction he's going to be responsible for, like, this isn't even 1 year into his second term. Not even 1 year. And I know over the weekend, especially when this news was breaking, on the surface, I felt fine. I was doing my work. I was getting some notes and stuff together because I want to update my website for my artwork and stuff, because I have the new images to go up, and working on something else that I'm hoping to announce soon. Little minor things, as well as, wanting to work on the video essays and all of that sort of stuff. I seemed fine, but I was dissociated from the feelings in my body because my intestines were throwing up every couple hours because the anxiety, I feel it inside, but sometimes it doesn't. It swirls around inside, but it's not necessarily on the surface, which is why in a lot of stressful situations, I might seem calm. It's just appearance. I'm not necessarily, or I have delayed emotional reactions, as in I'm not really feeling it in the moment, but I'm feeling it later. And part of the reason why I'm feeling it is I don't feel safe in this country anymore. I don't feel like Mark Carney is going to do shit about this, and his statement was exactly what I thought it was going to be. I don't feel like the liberal government will protect us from Donald Trump. I don't feel like anything would happen if one of our cities got bombed by Donald Trump. The lack of condemnation out there for the fact that he killed civilians in Venezuela. Kind of disturbing. So, you know, being the neighbor of a tyrannical dictator is a little nerve-wracking, especially when I'm in a very annexable part of the country. I don't want to be American. Like I don't want to as much as I have issues with this country, I prefer to stay here. I can't think of other countries where I would fare as well as I am here. And that doesn't mean I don't get to criticize Canada. That means I get to criticize Canada because I want it to be better. I know it can be. But yeah, it is like there is like this existential threat over us now that there are no rules. Nobody is stopping him. Like none of the world leaders, like the ones with power, are saying anything. There are world leaders saying stuff, but none of the Western ones, none of the direct allies are pushing back against Donald Trump. And to have the country with the most powerful military going rogue, threatening to annex more of the world, including part where I live in, is disconcerting. So this was a whole process over a few days, or a couple days. Like this didn't even happen that long ago, but it feels like a lifetime of news has gone into this. So this just happened, what, Saturday? It's just yesterday? I think over Friday evening into Saturday. But yeah, let's get into it. So let's do this proper this time. So I go there and then I go here, properties, and then I change it to here. There we go. And then I can close down the Zoran page. One less tab. So my computer won't be so mad at me. You see, I'm doing this thing where I'm capturing the window. Before I was capturing the desktop. But when I capture the window, when I hover over these tabs that you're not seeing me hover over right now, and it does the little preview screen, you don't see that. Or when I go below and I'm like hovering over all my little icons and they pop up, you don't see that. And if a pop-up were to come up on my screen, you don't see that. So I prefer this way. But I have to be more conscious of switching over. That's the only problem. So Emma Vigeland points out that Trump, beginning November, I'm not going to start wars, I'm going to stop wars. Not to mention something that was said, I don't have the video of it, there's just so much video and stuff out there, of Donald Trump on New Year's Day saying his New Year's resolution was peace. You know, he wants to be the peace president. So much so that the opposition leader in Venezuela, I can't remember her name, not donated. What's the word? When she just kind of gave it over to Donald Trump in honor of him. There's a word for it. It's not donate. Somebody in the SandBox should help me out with this one. But yes, it was in honor of him. She honored him with her award because she knows how much Donald Trump wants that Nobel Peace Prize. There's a reason why he shouldn't get it. I don't know why she got it. Like, I don't know why the opposition leader got it. It's kind of like the same, like when Obama got it, why? He didn't do anything worthy of it. Like to me, the whole idea of um Nobel Prizes have gone out the window. They're so biased. It's the same as like the Oscars and stuff like that. It's just, an elite circle of people picking from each other. Yes, it's the Times of Israel that is posting this. The Times of Israel is a very Zionistic rag. Um, like you can just tell by Israel at War, day 820. Yeah, they're massive Zionist organization. But here it is, Donald Trump saying, I'm not going to start wars, I'm going to stop wars. Well, a lot of people weren't believing him, including President Maduro. So he posted this video, and I was watching in their live stream, and they said that this was like within a day or two of the actual kidnapping. And it's him saying, like, I would negotiate, I would do all these things. And I really got the sense that this was the same type of video that you see, like, journalists in Gaza making, like, knowing that this is going to be their last statement. Or you'll see other people who are under the government's eyes saying, like sending out a video saying, I would never unalive myself, knowing that there's a threat of their life being taken from them. And a lot of like people in Gaza just saying, or there was that one poet in Gaza who specifically said that Barry Weiss would be in part responsible for his death. And to me, this actually gave off that same type of vibe of they know the inevitable. They know that this is about to happen. And this is their last message to the world to say, I tried. I tried fighting. I tried cooperating. I tried doing all this sort of stuff. But this is my message. And so this person had just tweeted out, he told the world he would negotiate with the U.S. Let's negotiate a drug trafficking agreement, access for U.S. corporates to invest in Venezuelan oil. In response, Trump chose war, kidnapping, mineral theft, and regime change. Trump is a gangster. I forget if this...
Nosotros hemos tenido, Ramón, una sola conversación. Él me llamó.
So I'll mute this because he's not speaking English, and I'll just read out what he's saying. He called me on Friday, November 21st from... Oh, come on. Don't be so picky. The White House. I was in Milford's place. We spoke for 10 minutes. And I've said it was a very respectful conversation. What did President Trump say to you? First, he said, Mr. President Maduro. Excellent. And I told him, Mr. President Donald Trump. I actually found that the conversation quite pleasant. But since then, the talks haven't gone well, we can hope. To the American people, I repeat my message. And this is where it gets really into that sense of he knew this was about to happen. And he's just letting the world know where his stance was ahead of time. Here in Venezuela, you have a brotherly... Oops, that went by a bit fast. A brotherly nation. I even tell the people of the United States, you have a friendly government here. Let's start serious talks with the facts on the table. The U.S. government knows this, because they've told many of their representatives. If they want to seriously discuss a drug trafficking agreement, we're ready. If they want Venezuela oil, we're open to investment. American investment like with Chevron on their terms. Yeah. He knew. And what happened? So Breakthrough News released this. The Trump administration had begun an illegal bombing campaign of oh man, I know how to say this. I was saying this before the live stream because I knew I would stumble over it. Caracas. Venezuela striking various parts of the city. Some people are saying that it even hit like the tomb of, can't remember his name off the top of my head. Fuck. Should have made notes or something. But yes, this is in the capital of Venezuela. This bombing. A lot of those are civilian targets. We don't yet know how many civilians were killed in this, or even military people, because again, this was unpromoted. That's not the word. Unprovoked attack. This was an unprovoked attack. This was just the United States going in and bombing. So even if all of the people killed were military, that doesn't make it okay. Like Democracy Now!, they actually did a breaking report outside of their regular news stuff to cover this. So I would recommend you go over to the Democracy Now! Channel to see them talk about it. And I'm sure that they'll be covering it tomorrow on Monday, and they'll have more up-to-date information about how many people were killed in this, but no warning, civilian population sending bombs, dozens of people were killed in this. It is not okay. It is not okay. Hugo Chavez, that's it. Some people are saying that that on their way out, they just bombed the tomb of Hugo Chavez just because. Which, again, is just so horrible. And so then we have, before the press conference, that Trump was on. So the next day he did a press conference at 11 a.m. This is him before that, of course, calling into Fox News. And we're not going to watch the whole video because it's fairly long, but I did want to go over several chunks of it so that people can get an idea of, again, just how horrible this all is. The fact that Trump was joking about it right out the gate, which is no different than when, J.D. Vance was saying, oh, now would be a bad time to be a fisher off the coast of Venezuela. They're joking about the lives that they just took. The fear, the anxiety that people are feeling right now, they're joking about it.
It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast, and if you're just joining us this morning, we have major breaking news. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has been captured by U.S. forces. President Trump confirming the large-scale U.S. military operation overnight.
Attorney General Pam Bondi confirming Maduro and his wife face drug and weapons charges in the U.S. and about.
So a couple people face charges in the U.S. that grants the U.S. permission to just go out and take them. That's not how extradition would work. I'm just saying that there are other ways of extraditing people for charges, and bombing the country and kidnapping them is not how that works.
About 20 minutes ago, Vice President J.D. Vance revealing President Trump offered Maduro multiple off-ramps.
All this comes after explosions rocked the capital of Caracas and surrounding states early this morning. President Trump is expected to hold a news conference from Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. this morning.
A news conference from Mar-a-Lago. That's where Trump was when this was happening. Not the Situation Room, not the Pentagon. Mar-a-Lago, where if you have enough money, you can get a membership to go.
But first, he joins us now by phone, and let's get right to the President of the United States, Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning.
So you've had...
I'm just going to speed it up a bit. Actually, I can probably go to 1.5. So just so you know, I am altering it by increasing the speed.
Quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela.
Again, just right out of the gate, he starts with a joke. It was dark all over, especially in Venezuela, you know, because we bombed them. So there were some areas that were super dark because they lost power.
The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people, that there's no other country on earth that can do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show.
And to Donald Trump, that's all this is a television show. I'll change that to just 1.25. This is just a game to him. He looks at this like, what kind of clicks will this get? What kind of attention will this bring him? It's entertainment to him.
And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing.
Yes, the speed and the violence was an amazing thing.
Amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening.
Again, not from the Situation Room, not from the Pentagon, not from the White House, nothing. From a fucking resort is where he was watching this. Where people who paid, what was it, $100K a year? Price has probably gone up by now. You can have a membership. How is that okay even? Like, that's not okay. That's not a serious president.
And it was very complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were a massive number, the number of helicopters, a different type of helicopters, different type of fighter jets. We had a fighter jet for every possible situation. And they just broke in, and they broke into places that were not really able to be broke into, you know, with steel doors that were put there for just this reason.
Steel doors that were put there just for that reason, to keep the United States out from kidnapping them?
And they got taken out in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like it. Actually.
And you were able to watch this in real time?
Yeah, and don't forget, I've done some pretty good ones in other parts of the world. Okay, I've done some pretty good ones, but I've never seen anything like this. I was able to watch it in real time, and I watched every aspect of it, and I listened to the communication between, you know, where we were in Florida and out in the field in Venezuela. And it was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership, the professionalism. General Raisin Kane is fantastic. Don't forget, we did another one not so long ago. It was called the knocking out of the Iranian nuclear threat, the nuclear power. And that was...
Yeah, so now he just needs to brag about how they also bombed another sovereign country. And I might add that when they did bomb the nuclear sites in Iran, that Pierre Poilievre said that Donald Trump had given the world a gift by doing that. Just remember who Pierre Poilievre is. He had said that Donald Trump gave the world a gift by bombing a country.
That was unbelievable what they did there. And this is something that, gee, I don't know, it's amazing. And to have a few injuries, but no death on our side.
A few injuries, but no death. Well, not on our side. Yeah, civilians were killed in this. Innocent people were killed in this. An unprovoked attack, even if all of them were military-based people. They were innocent in this situation.
Is really amazing.
Mr. President, critics will say that strong action can risk escalation, but history has shown us that weakness can truly invite chaos. And this military...
See, they brought it on themselves. That's what it is that they're weak, so they brought it on themselves. It's their fault.
The operation clearly sends a message to our adversaries around the world, China, Iran, Russia, that we are no longer the weak administration that we had for 4 years under former President Biden, who tolerated narco-terrorism.
The amount of bullshit on this channel. Sorry, I hate to break the news to you, United States of America, but when it comes to military, you've never been that weak. You kind of outdo the rest of the world on that one. Yeah, even under Biden, you still had the biggest military. This is just pandering to Trump, making him feel like a big man.
What is next for the United States and Venezuela?
Well, we're very strong, and very importantly, if you look at drugs through the oceans, through the seas, they're down 97%. That's the boats. It's sort of related to this, as you know. The drugs are way down, and it's getting very, very tough. It's a whole different look. We have a whole different country. We have a country now that's respected. We have a country. I built.
No. I think the United States, a lot of other countries have lost respect for the United States over the last little while. The fact that they elected Trump and then Biden and kept Biden in power when he was so decrepit and then elected Trump again. I think there's a lot less respect going around for the United States right now. I'm just saying.
The military in my first term, and they gave a little chunk of it away, but it was a lot. But it was a little chunk relative to what we built. But they gave it to Afghanistan so stupidly. It was one of the. Compare this to Afghanistan, where we were a laughing stock all over the world. We're not a laughing stock anymore. No, we have the greatest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment, military equipment in the world.
Okay, and I wanted to get to. I'll have to open up the transcript. What? No. There we go. Okay, and back up a bit.
The cartels, no, Mr. President, no, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. You know, they like to say 100,000.
And they're talking about the amount of people who have potentially died from drugs.
1,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But
he's been doing that a lot, just casually including Canada in with a lot of this talk. It's not just here. You know, well, some drugs also come in through Canada. He's also talked about undocumented people. He has actually acknowledged that most of them come from Canada. The amount of times he just keeps on slipping in Canada into when he's talking about narco-terrorists, drug smuggling, illegal migrants. Again, there's a reason why I'm feeling so anxious. It's like he's trying to manufacture something.
But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Why did you decide to do this?
And then he's also threatening Mexico in that, of course. And I think I wanted to scooch over to here. Yeah, because again, this is just, it's hard to take him serious.
Was a disgrace, just like my election was a disgrace. 2020 was a disgrace. And
he's still bitching about the election. They just invaded in their country, kidnapped its leaders, killed civilians. Oh, but the election was so unfair to me.
You know, a real disgrace. Now, 2024 was too big to rig. But what he did was, I mean, his was open. I would say, frankly, you want to know the truth? I think Charlie would testify this. It wasn't a hell of a lot worse than what they did to us in 2020. It was our election was a disgrace in 2020, and everyone knows it. And now it's come out, and it's come out even in.
Because I lost, it was a disgrace. I'm still talking about it like an old man in the bar repeating the same story over and over again.
Illegal for him, but it was disgraceful. He had an election that was a rigged election, and the people have no love for him. That's for sure. He had very little loyalty, if any loyalty. He was a dictator who was a tough cookie, and he ran it tough. And
I'm sorry, but the idea of the president of the United States referring to somebody as a tough cookie. It's so infantilizing And I don't mean towards the person that he said that to, but he sounds like a fucking child. Oh, he was such a tough cookie. Yeah. Like, it's very film noir reference. See there, he was a tough cookie I had to crack. Like, it is just how how is this the leader of the United States? How did the people allow this to happen? It's just I heard that the first time in a clip, and I'm just like, he's using a tough. He said a tough cookie. He was a tough cookie. This dictator. It's a tough cookie.
The people can't believe they got so lucky.
Yes, they were lucky that we invaded them. He's used that language before, or at least a Fox News host, I remember, had said that thing before. I think it was Jesse Waters, actually, not surprisingly, said something along the lines that Canada would be lucky to be invaded by us. Very predatory language that he was using towards Canada. And I covered it way back when. But he was using that, yeah, that, you know, we should be so lucky to be attacked by the United States.
Mr. President, what do you make of the fact that just hours before the airstrike, there was a Chinese delegation meeting with Nicolas Maduro, and we have yet to hear from China any sort of comment on the attack?
Okay, well, we don't need to get into more of that. Just get back to more of this. So from Drop Site News, new. Trump claims the United States is now in control of Venezuela, declaring, "We're going to run the country," and repeating that the U.S. would govern until such a time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. Yes, we invaded, we kidnapped their heads of state, and now we're running the country. How is that okay? How is it that not every other single world leader is on the phone to him right now saying, fuck no? We just took over the country. That's it. It's ours. We claimed it. And it's easy for them to say that now, but I'm pretty sure Venezuelans, they're not like, oh, I guess it's over. I guess we're American now, are we? We're just a territory? Saying it doesn't make it true. And enforcing it will be very difficult. He said U.S. forces are there now until a proper transition can take place, and announced plans for very large oil companies to enter Venezuela to fix the infrastructure and start making money for the country. So here he's just saying it, and we'll get to this again. He's just saying this is why they did it. It's for the oil. Trump also claimed Venezuela forces resisted the operation, saying they used those weapons last night, framing the American kidnapping and bombings as a major show of force, declaring American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. And he issued a warning to other government officials. All political and military figures in Venezuela need to understand that what happened to Maduro can happen to them. So he's threatening even more kidnappings. So this is from the press conference that he gave after his Fox News appearance.
We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in. And
okay, I gotta say, this is probably AI because I don't think he said judicious properly. I don't think he could. A little bit of sarcasm, not that much.
We have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious.
He started slipping up the more he tried to say it.
because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind.
You don't get to dictate that. You don't. We can disagree with other countries, and I do, but we don't get to enforce our will on them, because then what's stopping any other country doing that to any other country? We can't allow this type of thing to happen, or there's no putting this yarn ball back together. I don't know what the right phrase is for this, but once other nations get it in their head that they can just start invading other countries with no consequences whatsoever from the rest of the world, that's exactly what's going to happen. And I know a lot of people, can't remember if now is where I wanted to say it or not, but I'll say this little bit that's been in my head. A lot of people have said, well, Maduro wasn't necessarily a great guy. And you know what? I have no fucking idea. South American politics are kind of vaguely in my radar, because I focus primarily on Canada and Canadian relations and Canadian foreign policy and things of that sort. I do hear about it, usually through programs like The Majority Report or Dan from the Internet, The Power Report. They talk about international news a lot. So I hear about it, but I'm not that plugged into it. So can I say if Maduro was a great person or not? I don't actually know. And I don't care. It still wouldn't make this right if he was horrible. This is the same logic of, I should be okay with what's happening to Gaza right now because I'm queer and they hate queer people. It doesn't matter if everyone in Gaza would hate me because I'm queer, which is not true, by the way. That doesn't mean it's okay for their human rights to be stripped away, for them to be murdered and slaughtered. It doesn't matter if there's a world leader who sucks ass. It doesn't make it okay, because then what's stopping another country from taking out a leader that I actually do like? It's called having principled stances on things. Like right now, if Mark Carney, who I don't like, were to be kidnapped, I would be against it. Even if Pierre Poilievre was the Prime Minister of Canada right now, and I despise him, I would not be okay with the United States coming into Canada, kidnapping him and his wife, then saying that they're in control of us and stealing our resources. That is not even remotely okay. In no world whatsoever. Just because the person who might have had the harm done to them was a horrible person doesn't make it okay to do that harm.
We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition.
In the reference frame, also just saying, I was speaking with a high school friend today. She is normal and has bought hook, line, and sinker the premise that the U.S. did a good by bringing Maduro to justice. And I get what you're saying there, and that's part of the problem with a lot of this thinking, like, oh, but he was a bad person. Justice according to who? Like, that's the thing. That's the thing that they'll never answer, is like, well, it's okay because according to my sense of justice, Maduro was a bad person, so it's good that we brought him to justice. But there are a lot of countries out there that would think bringing me to justice would be my execution, again, because I'm queer. You know, sometimes our versions of what justice is doesn't match up. So that's why we can't impose ours on others, because then what's stopping them from imposing their justice on us? Also, where's the court? Where's the charges? Like, what is Maduro responsible for that the United States actually has jurisdiction over? Like, if anything, Venezuela had more reason to go in and kidnap Trump and bring him to justice for all of the people, all the Venezuelans he's been murdering in the water.
Can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure.
Venezuela does have a lot of problems with infrastructure and all that sort of stuff. Why? Again, I don't know a lot about what's happening down there, but I do know a little of a little. Why exactly is Venezuela struggling? Has it anything to do with U.S. interference? With sanctions? That sort of thing? Maybe other governments in the region that the United States has toppled or seen as invalid and all that sort of stuff? Maybe, like, again, on a very minor scale, the way that here in Ontario, the Doug Ford government has sabotaged all the school boards and then said, well, now we have to come in and take it over because you're not doing it right. So all these countries that the United States has sabotaged so that they couldn't be successful, now they say, oh, well, since you're not doing it right, we have to come in and do it for you. Is that it? Is that,
Oil infrastructure and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would.
Yeah, no, just outright admitting we would have killed more people. And I know that again, it's hard to figure out what's happening in the fog of war. So as with any major event or incident, whether it be a shooting or an attack like this, you can hear everything that's being said and acknowledge that this is a possibility, but keep in mind, we don't know all the truth yet. There are some people saying Maduro was in on his own kidnapping for reasons. Don't discount it. Don't take it as fact. Anything is possible at this point. We can't know until everything is settled, until, investigative journalists have done their jobs and we can see what's happening behind the scenes. Other people are saying that the United States had backings of these other nations and stuff. Again, don't discount it, but don't take it as fact. At this point, there's still just too much up in the air to know what is real, what the real motivations were. Like, we do know one of the massive motivations is oil because he has said it over and over again. So we do know that. But there's other theories and stuff that are being said around and stuff. Just, again, don't discount it. Don't take it as fact at this point. Wait till you hear what Democracy Now! Says tomorrow. Them I would trust. If they said that this happened for this reason, I would trust them because their reporting on these sorts of things is always very solid.
Be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody...
And as a lot of people were commenting who watched this full press conference, he sounds sleepy. He looked like he was sleepy. At times when other people were speaking, it looked like he was about to fall over asleep. The idea that he has been allowed to be in control of the most powerful nation on this planet. There are aliens watching us right now having a really good laugh thinking there's no way. This is AI, right? This planet is just AI generated. There's no way this is real. You know, because they're getting our radio waves out there and stuff. They're like, nah, this is totally AI content here. Wait, what?
Everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make...
Do you know what would make them independent? Stay the fuck away from them.
The many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered.
Are those the same people that are under threat from ICE agents right now?
So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore.
Okay, and then we have Owen Jones. So the one advantage of Donald Trump is that he doesn't bother to hide U.S. intentions. The U.S. has attacked Venezuela because it wants to steal its oil, as Trump makes very clear himself. So yes, this is one thing that we can actually accept as fact at this point, because Donald Trump has said it in multiple occasions already, from before, from current, everything. Oil was definitely a motivator in this attack.
The countries that...
and this is part of the Fox phone-in call that I skipped over.
Negotiate with Venezuela for those that illegal oil are already starting to suffer. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all. I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest, the greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't do something like this, and we're prepared. You know, we were prepared to do a second wave. We were all set and this was so lethal, this was so powerful that we didn't have to, but we're prepared. We're out there with an armada like nobody's ever seen before, and we're prepared, and frankly, probably thought we were going to have to do it. But we were prepared for a second wave going in.
It's almost like he has talking points in front of him that he has to follow. But here, 50 Shades Away is pointing out 9 months before the 2024 election, Trump said he wanted Venezuela to collapse so he can take them over for oil. And now he's bombing Caracas on the first full moon of 2026. This was never about drugs. It was always about oil. Also, remember, Donald Trump has said statements along the line, like when it comes to the Middle East, of like, oh yeah, if we invade them, we're just going to take their oil. Like, we're just going to take the resources. Why wouldn't we? Like, just so matter-of-factly, like, you know, it's not a violation of international law or anything. Not that international law means anything at this point. Because when you have the most powerful nations in the world just able to get away with whatever they want, do we have international law? Is there any functional international law at this point?
How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door. How about we're...
Even the way he speaks and looks here, the amount of deterioration he has done over the past year, wow. Because this is like a completely different person than in the other press conference. But yes, Donald Trump has made it very clear that if he feels entitled to something, he's just going to take it. You know, somebody like him, who is, in my opinion, allegedly a PDF file, somebody who just takes whatever he wants, and then you put him in the position where he has one of the most powerful militaries in the world, Do you think he's going to suddenly develop morals and stop just like, oh, well, you know, laws and all that sort of stuff? No, he's gotten away with everything up to this point. There's never really been any consequences in his life. He's just going to take what he wants. And now he has the most powerful military back him up. And there's been lots of people trying to tell military officials, you know, you don't have to follow illegal orders. Well, a lot of them still are going to, you know, that's the problem, is that there were still people who partook in that illegal bombing. And if anyone over the years will actually face consequences, it's going to be those people. It's not going to be the people at the top. It's not going to be Donald Trump. It's going to be the people who were just following orders that will actually face any sort of consequences as they get thrown under the bus. And so, again, just somebody out loud saying it's because of the oil. Hopefully, again, this doesn't hit me up because there's music for some reason going on in this clip. And I tried to find a different clip of her saying this, but they all had the same music. It's all the same clip. So this person just saying the reason why Venezuela is under attack. U.S. Southern Command Chief General Laura Richardson just said the truth out loud. The U.S. focus in Latin America isn't democracy. It's controlling oil, lithium, gold, and rare earth minerals. Huh. You know what Canada has a lot of? Like, I mean a lot of. Like, I mean tons of. Is there anything out there that would stop Trump from going after Canada's resources? So Venezuela, with the largest oil reserves and key strategic resources, is the main target.
Of course, the countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, with Russia relationships. Why this region matters, with all of its rich resources and rare earth elements. You've got the lithium triangle, which is needed for technology today. 60% of the world's lithium.
And we have the Ring of Fire up here in Ontario.
Is in the lithium triangle, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile. You just have the largest oil reserves, light sweet crude, discovered off of Guyana over a year ago. You have Venezuela's resources as well with oil, copper, gold. We have the Amazon, lungs of the world. We have the 31% of the world's fresh water in this region too.
Huh. What is something else Canada is known for? I wonder what else Canada is known for. Because, you know, when those rare earth minerals are no longer the most precious thing in the world because of the way climate change is going, I wonder what would be, and what Canada in particular is known to have a lot of.
Water in this region too. I mean, it's just off the charts. We have a lot to do. This region matters. It has a lot to do with national security, and we need to step up our game.
So, again, it was never about the drugs. Because somebody pointing out during that press conference that Trump attended, you said Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras convicted of drug trafficking. Again, making it very blatantly clear, this wasn't about the drugs flowing in from Venezuela. It wasn't about keeping Americans safe. It was about going after their resources. It was about regime change.
You did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group.
Doesn't matter who you endorsed. We don't get to pick the leaders of other countries. We don't have to like them. We don't pick them. Or at least that's the way it should work.
What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was
Come on. I closed enough tabs that it shouldn't be this much of a delay. Him and his constant third-person referral to himself is still just so bizarre to me. Biden persecuted a man named Trump. Gee, I wonder why he resonates with the Honduran president so much. You know, maybe it's because he is the criminal. A criminal facing consequences. And Donald Trump doesn't like it when powerful men responsible of, you know, all sorts of crimes are actually held accountable. He doesn't like that precedent being set for, you know, reasons.
persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
I gave him a pardon because I felt like it. You know, I sympathize with him. That's not the word I'm going for. Not resonate, but you know, the word that I'm looking for. Where you see yourself in them. That's why. He relates to him. That's it. You know, Donald Trump related to him, so he can pardon him. That's what he does. So here is J.D. Vance, the current vice president, who also made the joke about, you know, now would be a bad time to go fishing off the coast of Venezuela, making light of the fact that they have released snuff video after snuff video of them killing innocent people in the ocean. Because even if they were drug traffickers, even if, there's this little phrase that we have here in like Canada and the United States, and that is innocent until proven guilty through a court of law type thing. And so even if they were drug traffickers on their way with the piddly amount of drugs they would have had in those boats, they were still innocent. Also, drug trafficking isn't a capital crime. So Donald Trump had Truth Socialed this out. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who had been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. So why was his wife also taken? Like, that's the thing. What is she guilty of? Being married to the president? This operation was done in conjunction with the U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Not the Situation Room, not the Pentagon, not the White House. Mar-a-Lago. Has to make sure he gets tea time in between, you know, his phone call to Fox News and this. Thank you for your attention on this matter, President Donald J. Trump, because he needs to put his name at the end of a Truth Social that has his name on it. And J.D. Vance tweeted that out saying, the president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout the process. The drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. Remember that video we just watched a little while ago of Maduro actually saying, you know what? I'm open to negotiation. I will work with the United States president on this. Yep. Is that not an off-ramp? Is that not a willingness to negotiate? Like, did they get to these multiple off-ramps and then just find it to be a dead end or something? It's just lying. And of course, because this guy, J.D. Vance, is a respected leader of the most powerful nation on the planet. He says, kudos. Because that's what you would expect from a professional. Kudos to our brave special operators who pulled off a truly impressive operation. And PSA? Huh. That's again just another thing for everyone saying this was illegal, which it is. But again, he's a professional. Maduro has multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism, which is a new word that, oddly enough, Trump hasn't taken credit for. Takes credit for a lot of words that don't exist, that already existed, and now this new term that was made up to make the people in Venezuela sound a lot more scary. I don't think he's actually taken credit for this one. That's odd. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United States because you live in a palace in Caracas. But do you know what you can get away with in the United States if you live in a palace in Florida? A lot of trafficking of minors. That you can get away with if you live in a palace in Florida. Somebody just pointing out that the Honduras. Oh, anonymous, you're all war criminals and justice is coming for all of you. A young person, I hope one day you and your PDF administration are in jail. Yeah, no. Nope, there's lots of trafficking of minors from a palace in Florida that has never faced any consequences. And also, I don't think he's Defense Secretary anymore because they changed it. Instead of Department of Defense, it's Department of War. So War Secretary Pete Hegseth, who also has, issues around consent and things that can cause intoxication. Praised U.S. troops involved in the raid that led to the kidnapping, of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro. It was one of the most complex and successful joint special operations missions ever carried out. Do you really want to compare things? Because you could almost call what Hamas did. That was quite the achievement they pulled off. And then what Israel did with the beepers, actually, that was quite the... This is not something you want to be bragging about, killing people.
When President Trump was asked exactly who would be running the country of Venezuela temporarily, he referred to the officials standing there behind him at the podium.
Yes, of course, they did this without any real plan as to what to do next.
And one of those officials joins us now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for joining us. I want to begin tonight with the soldiers and sailors involved in this. We're very happy. Thank you again. We are very happy to hear that there was no loss of American life in this mission.
But there was loss of life. Tune in to Democracy Now! Tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that they'll have at least an estimate of how many people were killed in this attack.
I understand you're just back from Joint Base Andrews, where you met with some of the team members involved in all of this. How are they doing? And you were watching this unfold. What did you see?
I saw the best of America. I saw...
The way American politicians and reporters or news anchors love to take pride in their military killing others is really disgusting. Because, what was it, Don Lemon or something that said, oh, this is the day that Trump became president because he dropped bombs on innocent people. They're so proud of their ability to kill.
Men and women dedicating their lives to defending our country and to accomplishing that mission. And I just landed here at Joint Base Andrews, had a chance to meet a lot of them firsthand who were involved, walk through the TikTok of what can only be described as the most sophisticated, most complicated, most successful joint special.
It wasn't that sophisticated, okay? They just had some helicopters, they went in, got them, came out. That wasn't actually that sophisticated. If it was, you would have never seen the planes coming type thing. Like this is bragging over the bare minimum type thing. It was not sophisticated. It was pretty dull the way that they did it, actually. Just here's a whole bunch of helicopters, fly in, take, fly out. Where's the sophistication in that?
Operations rate of all time. I mean, nothing of this size scope when you actually unpack what was done kinetically and non-kinetically, that many people, that many moving parts, that consequential, and they got the job done. And despite any obstacles in front of them, it is incredible to be able to serve such courageous, brave, and skilled Americans. We do right by them, and President Trump did. He gave them a clear mission, and they finished it.
Just a whole lot of turds at the top of the toilet bowl of the United States. I still have lots more to go over with this subject. Just need to find the next docket on it. So that's... Okay, so that is other people's responses. Is that the one I wanted to do next? There's still 2 more dockets about this to go over. Okay, and then that. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it's that one first. Before we get to that, let's check the SandBox. Yeah, I still have like 2 more dockets to go just from Venezuela stuff, which is again why I'm splitting it. So I have like, what is it, 4 dockets? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 dockets on stuff to do with like Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza and whatnot. So that is another day because this is just too much. Like an emotional drain, mental health energy being stripped away from me in one live stream to be able to cover both subjects. And I don't think Marit Stiles is going to be releasing another one of her videos for me to laugh at tomorrow. So let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Let's see. Hello, BCAT. It's a very terrifying time and it's exposing politicians, and we all need to remember what they did or rather didn't do. Very true. Let's see. John saying, and what's funny is these podcast fascists want to run away from dump now. Sorry you made your bed. You'll forever known as disciples of Joseph Goebbels. Isn't there an R in there? Goebbels. Nazis, yes. Or am I thinking of something else? John, thanks for speeding up Dump's Nazi voice. I find it cringe, yes. There are so many videos that I've had to watch, you know, for this or for the TYT essay that I've watched on higher speeds that now when I hear them, it's like they're running through molasses or something. Like they just got jumped into a pool and they're trying to run through the water. Like it's just such a slow down and it's so intolerable to try to listen to them at normal speed because It's actually shocking how slowly Jank talks. Because I listen to the TYT videos at 1.5 speed and he sounds normal. I know in some of my longer essays, people have tried to speed it up and be like, can't. Especially if it's a scripted essay, because I tend to right through it. Because I don't want it to be slow paced. I want it to be a little bit faster paced. So I tend to speak not slowly. Bobby is saying it's 200,000 for an annual membership to Mar-a-Lago. Hello, user. Looney Tunes Fox is treating this like a Call of Duty game. BCAT, all these wealthy elite monsters manufacturing consent for us to do as we please. Anywhere we can steal from and exploit, knowing that they're safe from ramification, makes me fucking sick. Yes. Hello, Soul Life. Welcome to the SandBox. Glitchmaster says, absolutely, Sandy. Yep, right there with you. It's always interesting going back in time with these. And there's the comment from the reference frame. We'll get a little bit more into, because you were mentioning speaking to a high school friend and what their idea of this is. And there's actually a little bit about the perception of what's happening in Venezuela coming up. In the reference frame, I explained the whole thing. Don't know if I changed your mind. It will never happen in one conversation, but you can keep trying, have sources, have facts to back you up, but it won't happen in one sit down. They need to let that kind of grow. I'm fairly certain Majority Report tomorrow will be also covering this. I'm sure, they want to regale us with all of their stories from the holidays, and they want nothing more to spend 2.5 hours just talking about the places that they visited and, all that. I'm sure they'll manage to get around to this. I just have to force myself to not watch it live. I like watching it live in case I want to send in comments and stuff, but I want to get my TYT essay done more, which means when I wake up, I actually have to sit myself down here. Because I have a lot of work over the next days, because tomorrow night will be another live stream about Palestinians. That was just too much to cover today. Let's see. I'm just going to go through these a little bit faster. Hello, good for Gabby. It's scary deep down. He knows he's on his way out, so he's taking the world with him. Yeah, it's like when you're trying to leave an abuser and stuff of that sort. That's always the most dangerous time. And there's a lot of people in the United States that want to leave their abuser being Donald Trump. So it's the most dangerous time. The more he goes down in the polls, the more likely he is to lash out even harder like this. Oops. Where was I? I jumped. Okay, well, I need to move on anyway. Okay, so, of course, leaders from around the world were saying stuff about this. There was, some people pushing back. None of the Western leaders so much as, other leaders within South America that seemed really concerned about this for reasons. But let's get into some of those. And then click here, and then I do this, and then I do this. There we go. And then I can close that other window. There we go. So more from breakthrough news. For Venezuela, we are prepared to give even our own blood. In a massive rally in Havana, just steps from the U.S. Embassy, Cuban President Miguel, I don't know his last name, today harshly condemned Trump's bombing of Caracas as an act of terrorism and violation of international law. He also accused Washington of kidnapping President Nicolas Maduro, urging his supporters to take a stand against fascism. There used to be a time when the United States fought against that sort of thing, as opposed to just being it. And I think this, I'll have to read the subtitles, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately because I'm bad at reading the subtitles. Okay, so down with imperialism. Down with genocidal, immoral, and fascist imperialism. This act of state terrorism that has just occurred in Venezuela is a scandalous violation of international law. The military aggression against a peaceful nation, which poses no threat to the United States, and the kidnapping of a legitimate president, sovereignly elected by his people. There can be no silence or acceptance of this act of state terrorism, comparable only to the crimes against humanity committed by Israel Zionism in the Gaza Strip. Law solidarity happening right now. Because I saw rallies, pro rallies for Venezuela, and there was a lot of kefiyas in the crowd. It's almost like, people who are victims of fascism and colonialism and stuff like that all have a shared through line and support each other. The very dark object of imperialistic desire is Venezuelan oil and the lands and natural resources of Venezuela. No imperialists. This is not your backyard, nor a disputed territory. We do not accept or recognize the Monroe Doctrine, nor outdated kings or emperors. For Venezuela, and of course, also for Cuba, we are prepared to give even our own blood, even our own lives, but we will make them pay a very high price. These are not times for half measures. These are times for defining our stance and taking a stand against fascism and imperial barbarism. Down with imperialism. Down with imperialism. And then here we have from Kyle Klinsky tweeting out, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a clan of PDF files want to destroy our democracy to keep Epstein's list from coming out. They send their warships to kill fishermen and threaten our neighbors with invasion for their oil. Yes. They're all worried about drug traffickers. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of traffickers of a different sort in the United States. Hey, Leftist is trending. Yeah, I want to know. Did this one have the music? Some of them have music that I'm going to have to stop, but I think I have to read the subtitles to this one too.
Un clan de pedófilos quiere
A clan of PDF files wants to destroy democracy. Oops, what was that? Back up. in Colombia. But that's the reality, a harsh reality. And to keep this list from coming out, they send warships to kill fishermen from this city and threaten our neighbor, talking about dictator and so on. As if the people in Colombia would applaud an invasion of their brother, which is not the president of the people of Venezuela. Which is not, we would ever, which is not the president, but the people of Venezuela. When would we ever be so treacherous and sold out? Betraying our own blood, or the people of Panama, or the people of Venezuela. They are our own people. So they want their president to do what that coward wanted to do. To lend Colombia's land. From there they could invade a brother country that shares the same history as us. Because Bolívar was born here and came to die here in the city, it cannot be a president of Colombia that would do that, would be cursed by future generations, because you would never be forgotten as a traitor. I do not want to belong to those who want to kill, I don't know the name. The government of Venezuela has made many criticisms, but I do not mock the people of Venezuela, nor would I set a trap for all the people of Venezuela to fall into the trap of an invasion that is only about their oil, driven by greed and violence, to turn this beautiful corner of South America into another Syria, another Iraq, another Libya full of slaves, slave trading and new forms of slavery. Epstein's list, his friends, those who don't want, those who don't want the list to be published in the United States. They want us to use us here in the violence of people the United States don't think, but instead get consumed by xenophobia, racism, ideals of racial superiority, and other false beliefs. And they use us to avoid addressing their own problems. The president of Colombia has spent decades denouncing drug traffickers, and the drug traffickers he has denounced have always been the ruling elite in Colombia. They've even been ruling the states. Yes, very powerful, on point, poignant words. I wish that there was like a prime minister here or something that would say something as strong as this, or of another Western country. Just anyone to call this out for what it actually is. So Ken Klippenstein sent this out, asked if he supports Congress using his power of the purse. He told Trump to hold Trump accountable. Venezuela. Chuck Schumer replies, let's first get the facts. The other two, they didn't wait. They just saw that Venezuela was, attacked and the president and his wife taken. You can respond to what you actually know, and there is no justification for the United States going in and doing that.
The government is running out of money at the end of the month. There are a number of other ways that, along with the War Powers Act, would you consider at all using government funding as a way to leverage when it comes to Venezuela, or what other mechanisms or tools can you use to hold the administration accountable?
Yeah, well,
use the government shutdown?
The 30-day, January 30th is days away. Let's first get all the facts out. That's what we're endeavoring to do right now.
Mm-hmm.
And our first ability to do that will be the War Powers Act of this week.
We're going to try to pass legislation. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make strongly worded letters
Again, we are saying to the Republicans, this is your responsibility. President Trump is a member of your party.
Could you guys get him in line? Could you please, pretty please, with the cherry on top? Please? No? Okay.
Gone along with him over and over again. And this is one time you got to resist him. It's too serious.
The government.
And here's Chuck Schumer's full statement, and David Griscom saying, Chuck Schumer, for the safety of people across the planet and working people in the United States, you must resign. Your incompetence is emboldening and enabling a madman. I haven't read this statement. So let's see. Today, Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer released the following statement. Okay, yeah. Let me be clear. Nicolas Maduro is an illegitimate dictator, but launching military action without congressional authorization and without a credible plan for what comes next is reckless. Reckless, I say. There's a lot of other things that you could say, but just saying, he didn't ask first. How rude. The administration has assured me that the separate times that this was not pursuing regime change or taking military action in Venezuela. Clearly, they are not being straight with Americans. Really? The idea that Trump plans to now run Venezuela should strike fear in the hearts of all Americans. The American people have seen this before and paid the devastating price. The administration must brief Congress immediately. We must have a meeting. We'll follow Robert's rules and have a meeting. And it's the plan to prevent a humanitarian geopolitical disaster that plunges us into another endless war or one that trades one corrupt dictator for another. To distract from skyrocketing costs Americans face in the historic cover-up of the Epstein files, Donald Trump is attempting to throw Americans into more international chaos and uncertainty. I feel so much better now. Yep. So much. And as almost like they were given the same talking points, you get the same thing from Keir Starmer. So somebody tweeted out, to Keir Starmer, you've been incredibly clear that Putin's attack on sovereign country Ukraine was wrong and ought to be condemned. What about Trump's attacks on sovereign country of Venezuela? Will you condemn that action against a sovereign state? Remember what Chuck Schumer said about, needing a way to get all the facts? Well.
And you've been incredibly clear always that Vladimir Putin's attack on a sovereign country of Ukraine was wrong and ought to be condemned. What about President Trump's attack on a sovereign country of Venezuela? There are all sorts of horrors that we know about President Maduro's government, but for America to strike that country and then capture its leader, that's an action against a sovereign state that surely flies in the face of international law.
Well, at the moment, it's a fast-moving situation.
We know those facts. President Trump, the White House has said that they captured Maduro and they struck his country. So there's a lot we don't know, but we do know that. So
you can comment on what we do know, right?
Will you condemn that action against a sovereign state?
Well, I want to get all the material facts together, and we simply haven't got the full picture.
We need to actually wait and find out what all the details are. There could be things that we just don't know. And, for all we know, there was a completely justified reason for what Donald Trump did.
At the moment, it's fast-moving. And we need to piece that together. I can be really clear with you that there was no UK involvement in this operation, and obviously we're working in relation to British citizens and nationals who are there with our embassy. But we need to establish a full picture. I then need to speak to President Trump. I need to speak to
Yes, I need to find out what President Trump was saying about it first, because who knows? There could be a completely legitimate reason.
To our allies, but I don't shy away from this. I've been a lifelong advocate of international law and the importance of
Yes, lifelong advocate of international law. Just don't ask me about Israel.
Compliance with international law, but I want to ensure that I've got all the facts at my disposal.
All the facts.
And we haven't got that at the moment.
No, we have not got all the facts yet.
And we need to get that before we come to a decision about the consequences in relation to the actions that have been taken.
The consequences of the actions, as in, would Donald Trump get mad at me if I said anything negative towards him? And Zach Polanski said, saying you support international law while supporting a president breaking international law means you don't support international law. Where are our leaders saying this? Where's Mark Carney saying this? Really basic stuff. But this is how badly the Labour government are scraping the barrel. And it undermines international law. And he is quote tweeting Yvette Cooper. I would love to have one of our leaders say this. So Yvette Cooper is the UK Foreign Secretary who says the UK has consistently rejected Nicolas Maduro's legitimacy and called for a peaceful transition of power in Venezuela. You know what? You don't get to make that call. Just saying, you don't. You don't get to say, well, we don't agree with the leader you chose for your country, so we're going to say that you need to do a peaceful transition. I've spoken to our charge in Caracas, and travel advice has now been updated to advise against all travel to Venezuela. As the Prime Minister has made clear, we support international law. Our collective focus must now be on achieving a transition without bloodshed to a democratic government in Venezuela that respects the rights and will of its people. Yes, a democratic government that we choose. That's what it is. But, you know, that's the UK Labour Foreign Secretary. What does the Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister have to say? And Rachel Gilmore says, Canada finally reacts through our Foreign Affairs Minister, not our Prime Minister. Really embarrassing, timid statement when you considered what just happened. So, Anita Anand says, please see my statement on the situation in Venezuela. Since 2019, when Canada closed its embassy in Venezuela, we have refused to recognize any legitimacy of the Maduro regime and oppose its repression of the Venezuelan people, including persecution of dissenters and particularly political leaders opposed to the regime. They've refused to recognize, rejected the legitimacy. I see a trend here. In keeping with our long-standing commitment to upholding the rule of law and democracy, Canada calls on all parties to respect international law by the people of Venezuela and their desire to live in peaceful and democratic society. About that international law you seem to care so much about. You do quote it a lot, saying that people need to do it, but then when they violate it, you do nothing. Just ask Gaza. Canada is engaging with international partners and monitoring developments closely. Canada stands ready to assist Canadians in need through our consular office and embassies in Bogota, Colombia. Yeah, that's you don't even mention Trump in that, or the United States and what the United States did in kidnapping a foreign dignitary, foreign leader. Would you be saying this if they kidnapped Mark Carney? If they kidnapped her? Be like, well, the United States never really did accept Mark Carney as Prime Minister, so I get why they're doing this. And so Sam Hirsch is just saying, we have a Liberal Party who refuses to condemn Trump and a Conservative Party that actively cheers on lawlessness. This is corporate party consensus. So yes, Pierre Poilievre did send out a tweet about this, saying congratulations to President Trump on successfully arresting narco-terrorist and socialist dictator, because that's a thing, Nicolas Maduro, who should live out his days in prison. You're saying Nicolas Maduro should live out his days in prison for being a narco-terrorist, but the PDF file, allegedly, in the White House. He doesn't? The legitimate winner of the most recent Venezuelan elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, should take office along with courageous hero and voice of the Venezuelan people, Maria Corina Machado. About her, I believe she's the one that won that Nobel Peace Prize and gave it to Donald Trump. There's another word for that. But you know what I mean. Damn it, what's the word? There is a word for it where you just pass it off. But he says, down with socialism. Long live freedom. Yeah, socialism hasn't been around for a while. Unfortunately, I say we give it a go. Let's try socialism. And long live freedom. Yes, the freedom to have another country come in, take your leader, and impose their own will. That's freedom. Now, note the time. 9:36 a.m., January 3rd. 9:36 a.m. I'm pointing that out because we heard from the Foreign Affairs Minister, we heard from the official leader of the opposition. Mark Carney did say something at 5:15 p.m. So like a work day. Took him to come make a statement. And this was exactly, I could have written this. I knew exactly what he was going to say. Oh my God, I could have written this. This was just like, no. It's a good thing Maduro's gone. We're not going to hold the United States accountable for anything. It's kind of like whenever there is an election in South America, Canada will never declare who the leader is until the United States tells us who it is. You ever notice that? That we won't accept or reject or do whatever until the United States has said, oh, we recognize this person as leader. And then Canada's like, you know what? Us too. Samesies. They always wait first. They always wait until the United States declare who they feel is the rightful leader. So Mark Carney says, on the first actions taken by Canada's new government in March 2025 was to impose additional sanctions on Nicolas Maduro's brutal, oppressive, and criminal regime. What exactly is Donald Trump's regime? Brutal, oppressive, kidnapping Americans, migrants, sending them to torture camps. Lots of alleged PDFs and assaulters of the sexual kind within the government. Huh. Don't they need to be held accountable? Shouldn't another country come in and take them out of power? Unequivocal condemning his grave breaches of international peace and security, gross and systemic human rights violations, and corruptions. Are you sure you're not talking about Trump right there? I would have actually been behind this if he did. If he said that Trump unequivocally condemned his grave breaches of international peace and security, gross and systemic human rights violations, and corruption. You're talking about Trump, right? No. Canada has not recognized the illegitimate regime of Maduro since 2018 election. The Canadian government therefore welcomes the opportunity for freedom, democracy, peace, and prosperity for the Venezuelan people. That is what I was worried of and knew would be in there. No. We thank the Americans for setting the Venezuelans free. That's what it is, yes. The United States did good here. Canada has long supported a peaceful, negotiated, and Venezuelan-led transition process that kind of got blown out of the water, literally, that respects the democratic will of the Venezuelan people. You might not have liked who they voted in, but from everything I know, it was a democratic process. In keeping with our long-standing commitment to uphold the rule of law, sovereignty, and human rights, Canada, known for its human rights, Canada calls on all parties to respect, here we go, international law. As a lot of people were saying, this is like the Western countries' version of saying thoughts and prayers. We call on all parties to respect international laws. I've done montages or put-togethers before of like all the times that there have been statements like this sent out about what Netanyahu is doing. We call on people to actually, follow the law, but we're not going to do anything about it to ensure it happens. We stand by the Venezuelan people's sovereign right to decide and build their own future in a peaceful and democratic society. Really? Huh. Funny. This isn't the Venezuelan people's choice. You took it from them. Well, Donald Trump did. He took that choice from them. Canada attaches great importance to resolution of crisis through multilateral engagement and its close contact with international partners about ongoing developments. We are first and foremost ready to assist Canadians through our consular office, blah, 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 blah. And this is why I am worried. This guy here is not going to keep Canada safe from Donald Trump. What did I actually say? Fuck off with the asking respect international laws. The U.S. hasn't respected them. Israel hasn't respected them. You sit by and do nothing while atrocities are committed by our allies. We're on the U.S. hit list. No amount of capitulation will stop him from attacking us. Yeah, that was a public statement I made towards our prime minister. Because, yeah. Everything Mark Carney is doing, all the elbow up on the ground type thing he's doing for Donald Trump, won't stop Donald Trump in his goal of taking over part of Canada or all of Canada. I do not feel safe with Mark Carney as leader. I do not feel protected. I do not feel like he will do what is necessary to prevent Trump from attacking us. I actually feel like he could just go and take Nova Scotia and Mark Carney would be like, oh, we should really talk this out. Like, it actually feels like with Mark Carney, Trump can annex part of Canada and he will do nothing. Versus one of the only good things I remember this guy doing. Prime Minister Jean Chrétien telling Parliament that Canada would not help invade Iraq without UN Security Council support in March 2003. The U.S. would invade 3 days later. Yes. This is when America got really mad at us and France for not helping them go to an illegal war and kill hundreds of thousands or millions of innocent people.
I want to set out the position of the government of Canada. We believe that Iraq must fully abide by the resolution of the United Nations Security Council. We have always made clear that Canada will require the approval of the Security Council if we were to participate in military campaign. Over the last few weeks, the Security Council has been unable to agree on a new resolution authorizing military action. Canada worked very hard to find a compromise to bridge the gap in the Security Council. Unfortunately, we were not successful. If military action proceeds without a new resolution of the Security Council, Canada will not participate.
I didn't know much of what was going on back then. It was so long ago. But I do remember that this was one of the moments I felt like I had pride in this country, was when we chose not to go to war. I felt huge relief, and I felt like we weren't just the puppets of the United States, that we actually would make our own decisions, and that we weren't just going to go headfirst into an unjust war. This was one of the few times that I actually felt a little bit of pride in this country. And then we get Mark Carney, who will just do whatever Donald Trump says, capitulate, ignore, just not get involved. Donald Trump could, continue to bomb Venezuela. Carney's not going to say anything. He could do a land invasion of Venezuela, which is something he has actually threatened. Mark Carney will do nothing. I'm actually worried that that's the least he would do. I'm worried that Mark Carney would be like, okay, yeah, we're sending troops with you. That is what I'm really worried about, is that he'll just go along with whatever the United States does. And if they do boots on the ground anywhere, that Mark Carney will say, okay, yes, our military too, backing up. Truth be told, we weren't exactly all out of the Iraq war. We did have consultants and specialists on the ground. We did spend tens of millions of dollars on it. It's not like we're completely free of what happened there. But this was a statement to the world that we were not just the puppets of the United States.
We have ships in the area as part of our participation in the struggle against terrorism. Our ships will continue to perform their important missions against terrorism.
But interim leader for the NDP, federal NDP, he's at least said something about this that is along the lines of what I was really hoping our prime minister would say. So Sam Hirsch again is just saying, I'm glad there is at least one Canadian political party with the moral fortitude to condemn Trump's reckless warfare. Still nothing from Carney or Annan after 6 hours. Well, when they condemn it, is Carney too afraid to get on his buddy's bad side? So Don Davies, again, current interim leader of the NDP, he didn't wait. He didn't want to check the facts or anything of that sort, because there was enough of the facts out there that you could comment on. Not like what Keir Starmer was saying, not like what our foreign secretary, our foreign affairs minister was saying, where it's like, we gotta wait until we know for sure what's happening. No, Don Davies actually said, if true, you could start like that if it is true that this is what the United States has done, it is shit. You could do that. You could. If true, this is a flagrant breach of international law and the rules-based system the U.S. claims to support. Canada must strongly condemn it and call for the immediate cessation of aggression by the U.S. against sovereign state of Venezuela. That's what Mark Carney should have said right out the gate. And then this was his statement after it was clear what had happened. So UN Charter Article is core principle of international law. It prohibits all states from the threat, use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of any other state, banning war and coercion except self-defense or UN Secretary Council authorization. The U.S. attack on Venezuela is neither an act of self-defense, nor does it have UN Security Council authorization. It is therefore totally illegal and a breach of UN conventions, and the U.S. has agreed to uphold as a member state. Trump's declaration that U.S. oil companies are going to take over Venezuelan oil production reveals the true motive of this attack: seizure of the largest oil reserves in the world. Trump apologists can spin all they want, but this is clearly illegal, hypocritical, and dangerous. Maybe this reveals why Trump has been so hesitant to hold Putin to account for his invasion of Ukraine. The U.S. can have no credible upholding international law and the rights of nations when it blatantly violates those principles itself. Would have been nice if the Prime Minister said something along these lines. But yeah, this is just now, it's going to be global anarchy. All the powerful nations, there is nothing stopping them. You know, the gate has been opened. There's no gatekeepers anymore. China wants to take Taiwan. What's stopping them? Russia wants to full out take Ukraine. Nothing stopping him anymore. You know, United States want to take Greenland, Canada. Nothing stopping him. All the other powerful nations, got powerful nations in Africa wanting to take over other nations and stuff. Nothing stopping them. Nothing stopping any country with the power, the strongest, will just be able to take whatever they want. It's the world that we're moving into right now. And other politicians with actual principle stance. So Emma saying about AOC, compare this statement which implicates capital and critiques imperialism to Jeffries and Schumer's, which are procedural critiques about Trump not asking Congress first. Both are true, but AOC has far more political potency. Donors haven't tied one hand behind her back. So Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says it's not about drugs. If it was, Trump wouldn't have pardoned one of the largest narco traffickers in the world last month. It's all about the oil and regime change. And they need a trial now to pretend that it isn't, especially to distract from Epstein and skyrocketing health care costs. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if Maduro ends up in the same cell that Epstein was in. If you get where I'm going with that. Okay, one more docket on this subject. But first, go and check the SandBox. This is still going to be like a 4-hour-long live stream. And another one just like this tomorrow, but on Palestinians. Let's see. Oh, Manope has come into the SandBox. Welcome. Oh, I scrolled up as high as I can go. Let's see. Oh, no, I think I read that. Okay. The Wild West were doomed, but we'll take them down with us. That just reminded me of something that I've been seeing a lot of. I watched Midas Touch was talking about how Canada is responding to it, and they are so out of fucking touch. They are so, how to explain their view of Canada and the way that they cover Canada, like we're some sort of they're holding us up on a pedestal in a way, and Charlie Angus doesn't help at all. Their view of what we are doing, how strong we're fighting back. No, we ain't. I just read the statement from the Prime Minister. We're not making a strong stance against this, but the way that Midas Touch frames how Canada is dealing with it, it's like we're all in our own little, regimes right now, ready to take up arms to fight against the United States. And the sad thing was, is I saw and I just glanced at the comments, and there were so many Canadians saying, "Oh, I will not rest. I will fight to keep this country," and blah, blah, blah. No, they fucking won't. All these people that seem to think that Canada will pick up arms and make it impossible for the United States to invade us are so naive and full of themselves. Who's going to fight it? It's not these people. Being in these situations is far different than this fantastical idea that they have in their head that somehow Canada will pull out ahead in this. Eventually, maybe, yes. But not until after a lot of bad things have happened. Not until after a lot of people have had to flee their homes. Because there's all this talk like, oh yeah, once we're in the woods and we can do this and that and the other thing. What led us to getting into the woods? Where are our homes? What's happened? How many people have died? Like this idea that there can be this Canadian resistance against the American military. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, yes, we're good. Sure. It's not like our military is incapable. But nobody compares to the United States. And they're on our fucking border. 80% of the population of this country lives within 100 kilometers of the border. You know, like there is no the way that they make it sound like we will just be able to stake our ground and the United States will make no gains. That's not how it would work. Now, again, I don't necessarily think that it's going to be a boots on the ground situation. I do believe Donald Trump will try to annex part of Canada. That said, I was saying that before he just bombed Venezuela. Before he was just bombing fishermen off the coast of Venezuela. Before Mark Carney said, you know what, it's kind of good what Donald Trump did. Now I'm worried that it might be a little bit more direct. We'll get a little bit more into that in the next docket. Okay, I think I read that. Okay, I saw that, so I can scroll down a bit. Venezuela talk will be in the fun half, Soul Life says, probably about the majority report. I would imagine that they are going to have an interview in the first half relating to this, that they've gotten someone who can actually speak to this. Hello, Shad GX. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see. The Wild West, lots of people are trapped in the Caribbean now, all flights canceled. I'd be worried about getting on a plane right now, actually. I'd be worried that it might get shot down. There was a day where you didn't have to worry about that, but I am worried. Let's see. Good for Gabby, Robert's Rules, LFG. Yes, you have to be a particular kind of nerd to know what Robert's Rules mean. Hello, Moomy. Welcome to the SandBox. Lots of people saying it's all about the oil. Mm-hmm. The Wild West, milquetoast is the word for this. Yes, the statements we got from our wonderful leaders. People talking. Oops, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where was I? I hate when it jumps. Oh, okay, I saw that. Scroll down. Yes, there will be another stream on Friday after Looney Tunes. So one tomorrow, one on Friday. my regular appearance on this space on Wednesday. A lot of live streaming this week. John, I avoid Midas touch, only you and Farron balance. You both say what needs to be heard, not what we want to hear. Let's just say I'm not impressed with Midas touch. The way that they make Canada seem so grandiose. Just, yeah. We have a chat ninja in here called Manope from the looks of it. Huh. Yes, Boston Brian. I don't know if he's still a part of Midas, but he was, at least. And to be fair, it's not like I wouldn't work for them if they offer me the opportunity, but that will never happen. Okay, one more docket on Venezuela. And I can close that last window. Okay, so another thing again that is just very distasteful about Trump is that the way that they joke about it, the way that they parade people that they've harmed and stuff. So Owen Jones just here saying, prediction, Trump and his allies will start using the kidnapping of Maduro to menace their domestic opponents. They'll do tweets, CGI mock-ups suggesting the same fate. I'd imagine Mandami, AOC, and Ilhan Omar will be at the top of the list. He's already done that to Canada in so many different ways with some of the images that he's made up. But yeah, what's stopping him at this point from doing, like, there were some very disgusting videos, AI videos made of like AOC from different politicians where she was assaulted in them and stuff. I can totally see Trump doing this now. He's already done videos like this or memes like this in different ways, but I can see him being far more direct now. Because Donald Trump had truthed this out. Nicolas Maduro on board of the USS Iwo Jima. Also, this is against international blah, blah, blah. They don't care to parade and humiliate their prisoners. But they don't care. They don't care. But yeah. This is going to start very soon. And so here is Francesca Albanese pushing back on somebody saying, so technically another head of state could go to Israel, kidnap the war criminal Netanyahu and his wife and bring them back to the homeland to face justice. What are we waiting for? And Francesca saying, let's not lose sight of justice as our compass. Attacking a sovereign country and abducting its leader is a lethal blow to international law, no matter how deserving they may be to face justice. And this is what I was getting at earlier. We can't just start going rogue. We can't just start doing what's the word? Vigilante justice. Because what I consider right and what somebody else considers right may be wrong. And this is like the same as like when the CEO of the healthcare company was shot. And some people are like, oh, yay. Or some people were even saying when Charlie Kirk got shot, oh, yay, he was a bad person. This is vigilante justice and stuff. Because I know a lot of people out there that would consider it vigilante justice to kill a woman who's had an abortion, to kill queer folks, to kill someone they suspect of being a PDF file, only to find out that because they didn't go through the proper procedures and stuff, that person was not actually guilty of anything. Because when we stop having any like order or system or courts involved. Anyone can just attack anyone. And, you know, it's not like Maduro had been on trial. He was just taken. Vigilante justice. And so you could be wrong in who you target. And what you think is justice might not be what somebody else thinks is justice. And we can't allow people to just, or nations to just go around and do this to whomever they want. Like, even though, yes, Netanyahu needs to be out of power. But what country has the right to do that? The right and the ability. Because one would argue that the Palestinians absolutely have that right. But to go in and do that, what country has the right to just declare themselves world police? What if China does it? How secure would people feel? I'm actually far less worried about China than a lot of Western nations. Doesn't mean that China's off the hook. I'm just less worried about them. Then again, I don't live in Taiwan. Here are the more jokes. So, soon, this is Katie Miller, the person who somehow, I don't know, like, does she have to take like anti-nausea medication or anything to sleep with Steve Miller? I don't understand how that is possible. Is she like wife in name only? Like, what kind of dissociation does he have to do in order to be married to that creature? But here's Greenland with an American flag over it. You notice what's right next to there? Canada? Uh-huh. Because that's what we need, to be outflanked again, to have, you know, the United States on another one of our borders. But this is, again, it's just their joke. But we've seen these sorts of memes all the time about Canada as well. They're not fucking funny anymore. They never were. But now this is very sinister. It's not the word I was going for. But they're very coded? No. Hint of threat? All that sort of stuff. Whenever Donald Trump jokes about Canada being the 51st state. It's not that subtle anymore. And somebody from Greenland just saying, Greenlandic citizen here, shame on you. I hope you are left with a bitter taste in your mouth. This will not happen. The United States has long been regarded as an ally, but America's reputation is in freefall when American citizens like you express this kind of mindset. Owen Jones has been tweeting out a lot about what will the UK do when Donald Trump actually annexes Greenland. And I'm worried about that too. I'm worried that they're just going to go, what can you do? You know, we need to wait for all the facts first. All that sort of stuff, because as much as he likes to think that they'll never submit, and they might not ever really fully submit, it doesn't mean that they won't be under control of the US government. Because yes, the United States can easily overwhelm Greenland. But these aren't jokes anymore. Fuck, what was the word I was going for? When there's like undertones of threat. Somebody should know this in the sandbox. The word that's in my head. When there's undertones of threats. Anyway. Put it in the sandbox, the word in my head. And this is, again, another reason why I'm getting a little worried. So somebody just saying, to believe this is about drug smuggling, you have to ignore Trump's pardon of the former Honduran president for drug smuggling. To believe it's about Maduro's democratic legacy, you have to believe that Trump cares even slightly about democratic legitimacy. Alternatively, and this is crude oil reserves versus exports. And you can see, oh, yeah, there's Venezuela right at the top there, and oops, there's Canada. Number 4 on this list for crude oil reserves. True, we export more, but this is all hitting a little too close to home. Okay. Okay, I have a thought in my head. I'll leave it till the end. So yes, this is hitting a little too close to home for me. That I'm worried. I didn't think that there'd be any violence, bombs, or boots on the ground. I'm not so sure anymore. And it is something that kind of like this anxiety that's already grinding away at me. Like I wasn't suffering from enough anxiety before. So I'm going to do something. I know that you're going to be like, but Sandy, this is your channel. You hate these things, and I do hate these things. But I'm going to show it to you and then prove my point why they're stupid. Some of you know what I'm talking about already. So here we have a poll. How popular was Trump's move to intervene militarily to depose Maduro among Venezuelans? Two pre-intervention surveys suggest a sharp split between Venezuelans inside the country and those abroad, with deep opposition at home and high support in the diaspora. Really? You needed a poll for this? So I'm going to show you 2 videos that just kind of paint this picture for me, and then I'll say why this was absolutely absurd. You didn't need to do a poll. You could have just figured this out. Fuck, ask me. Pay me money and I would have told you this. Why? This is why. Go there, go there. I'll need my little earbud in. This is not on the right screen. There we go. This here. It's Canadians divided over U.S. attack on Venezuela after Trump ousts Maduro. First of all, not really on us, but they're going to talk to people from Venezuela who are currently in Canada. You might see where I'm going with this. But, you know, we'll give it a little bit of time.
In the kitchen of Latin Dough restaurant in the West End of Toronto, its Venezuelan owners are celebrating.
We had a miracle, and today is a miracle. Enjoy.
The grateful President Nicolas Maduro was captured and removed from the country.
Today, what actually happened was just finally we are free from this I don't know, this tyrant.
You're in Canada. You're already free from him. Just saying.
The couple moved from Venezuela to Canada nearly a decade ago, among millions who fled their home.
We are grateful.
Wait, when was Maduro put into power? Was it a decade ago? Did they flee before he became president?
That we were able to come to Canada, but obviously it takes a toll on you when your family, you don't see your parents for 8 years.
Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand wrote in a statement, since 2019, she said, we have refused to recognize any legitimacy of the Maduro regime and opposed its repression of the Venezuelan people, adding, Canada
we refused to recognize their democratic process because we did not like the outcome of it.
Calls on all parties to respect international law. Opposition leader Pierre Poilievre, whose wife was born in Venezuela, praised the U.S. for its military move on Venezuela, writing, congratulations to President Trump on successfully arresting narco-terrorist and socialist dictator Nicolas Maduro, who should live out his days in prison.
Anyone want to point out that Nicolas Maduro was not a socialist?
This is not a government. It's a bunch of crooked, corrupt narco people.
So we say no. Not everyone here agrees with the means used to remove Maduro. Outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto, vocal opposition.
What you are viewing is full-scale use of military to steal the resources on other countries. And they're going to come for Canada. They're going to come for our water. They're going to come for our oil. They're going to come for our potash.
There was no consultation in particular about this decision.
Canada's former ambassador to the United Nations is Bob Rae.
The notion that America has the right to do whatever it wants in the region without anybody saying anything about it is, to put it mildly, problematic and difficult.
But Ana Mendes has hope for the future of Venezuela now.
One of the most beautiful countries in the world, the beaches, the people, the women, every...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Sorry, I just found that funny. One of the most beautiful countries, the beaches, the women. Why are you saying the women and you're putting it up like it's some sort of prize? Almost like the women of Venezuela are some sort of commodity that you can use to promote a country. Like, I almost wasn't going to put this video in here until I saw that. And I'm like, you fucking idiot. Like, it's just the misogyny level in that, too. It's like, you should come to this country and see the women. The women are so hot. Yeah, they are a commodity within a country, apparently. There's something, we have nice beaches. The forests are great. We have some cultural exhibits and stuff. And the women, fucking sexy here. You should come here. They would, what, do they still have to consent though, right? Right? Fuck off with that. Sorry. I get mad with that sort of thing, especially coming from another woman of, oh yes, this is something worth bragging about, is the fact that my country has beautiful women.
And difficult.
But Ana Mendes has hope for the future of Venezuela now.
One of the most beautiful countries in the world, the beaches, the people, the women, everything, the food. Getting rid of Maduro is a good thing for a lot of people.
It's not a good thing for everyone, and it's not on us to do it. Just saying again.
But among those who support Maduro's forced removal here, still a lot of questions about what it will mean for their families back home. Sean O'Shea, Global News.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of them thought that one out too much, did they? That, oh no, it's good that the United States went in and took this socialist dictator out. Oh, but who's running the country now? Oh, right, the United States. Huh. And if you thought things were bad for the economy before they went to crypto, whew, this is only going to get worse. If you were worried about your families before, I think you need to be extra worried now. But here is Adam saying, here is real video from Venezuela. Venezuelans are furious. Now, note that he's emphasizing real. That's because David Dole released a video today. You can go check it out on the Rational National and stuff. But yeah, there's been lots of AI-generated videos going around of people celebrating Maduro being taken out of power. And there's been videos going around from saying, look at these people celebrating. And it turns out that they were celebrating a World Cup win and all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of fake video out there. There's a lot of video that's been repurposed. So it's so hard to report on the news these days when you have a hard time figuring out what is which. But let's see if this person is just thrilled, I say, that Maduro is out of power. So where's the statement from the Nobel Peace Prize winner who talks about peace? When her country, Venezuela, has been attacked by an American imperialism. Where are you? Where are the countries that you haven't? Where are the countries that haven't spoken out? I can move that. About this situation and this moment. We the people. Oh, she dedicated it to him. Okay, sorry. He's talking about the opposition leader. She dedicated her Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump. So we the people, working men and women, demand first respect, and second, we are out in the streets. We are here because we believe in democracy, just like we went out and voted this past July 28th for President Nicolas Maduro. Wait a sec. Nicolas Maduro has only been in power since July 28th? Then that couple who fled 10 years ago. Huh. Funny how that happens. And like all sectors of the country, we recognize his victory. We now demand that the U.S. government, imperialism, and the transnationalists who we know are behind this return our President Nicolas Maduro safe and sound. Yeah. So, I'm just going back here. The reason why I was pointing out that poll and the reason why I was mocking it so hard is you look at the people in that video that I showed you, the global news video, the people who became Canadians. So, when people leave a country, disproportionately, it's because they don't like the country that they're in for whatever reason. So, when you're polling from that group of people, it's going to be a disproportionately skewed against the country that they came from. Whereas the people who are currently living in the country will probably also have a sense of pride and nationalism in them. And they stayed in the country because, you know, they might not agree with everything, but they still love their country. So they're going to be skewed more against the United States coming in and taking out their president. You see, you didn't need a fucking poll for that. Obviously, the people who left the country might have a little bit more of a negative view of the country regime. How many people flee America and then talk positively about Donald Trump? You're going to get skewed polls that way. That's why the polls are stupid and they're not accurate, and you could have just asked me. Pay money for a fucking poll? Seriously, that's like common sense. You couldn't have figured that out. You couldn't have figured that out. Of course, people outside. Of course, there would be a major split there. Coming from the Institute of No Duh. Anyway, I just wanted to end on this. From my Blue Sky account, most evergreen post of evergreen posts, says Rick. For some reason, this tweet comes to mind today, says the person who tweeted this out. And I don't know how to say that name, says, "This is not what America is about. America is about," opens book, history book. Uh-oh. Frantically starts flipping through pages. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. This is exactly what America is about. It's kind of like all those people that says, "This is not my country," when it comes to Canada and something racist happens. And it's like, oh, you haven't read history then, have you? This country was built on white nationalism, quite literally. Uh-huh. It was all about the white supremacy when this country was built. Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally, totally. But people saying, this is not what America is about. Yeah, absolutely what it is about. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done with these dockets. And I'm tired. And that's been almost 4 hours. Well, I did a little bit of Canadian news at the beginning. Had a hoot over that one. I think I might actually clip the Mart Styles ad. That was a bit fun. But yeah. So I still have 4 dockets full of news on Palestine, like Gaza, the West Bank, all that sort of stuff. So that's going to be its own live stream tomorrow, probably at 6 p.m., maybe 5 if I get in sooner or something, or I'm feeling ambitious. And then there's going to be another live stream on Friday where I talk about how Grok will produce CP on demand. Because that's a sentence that exists. And yeah, I'm working on some other things. I'll let you know about it. Hopefully I'm going to get lots of work on my essay done. Luckily, I don't have to put too much thought into the live stream for tomorrow, like pre-work, because I already did it today. All the dockets are already lined up the way that I want, so I don't have to do too much prep work for it tomorrow, which means I should be able to work on my video essay tomorrow, which is something I desperately want to do because my brain is now working on it. The gears are going. Because let's just say I desperately want the first script to be done by the end of this month, like the initial script to be done by the end of this month. That is what I want. A little short from YouTube short from Boston Brian saying over 40 killed in U.S. raid on Venezuela. I think that's what Democracy Now! Said too, that it's at least over 40. So I'm sure they'll have more information tomorrow. Everyone tune in to Democracy Now! You can also go back and watch their breaking news video that they did. But let's check the SandBox. Okay, I saw that. Soul Life saying Monop is Mo Ninja? Mumai, according to Midas, the Ukrainians are teaching us how to make drones. Pretty sure it's a mutual thing. I'm pretty sure a lot of the drones they're using are ours because we have sent a lot of weapons and stuff to Ukraine. I'm trying what? Magic. People talking about magic? What? Huh? I don't think Midas Touch is a bad channel. I just think they're very not naive. Annabellish? There's another word for it. I've used it to describe Owen Jones before and I still needed trouble. What is that word where they have a very optimistic view of things? More so than they should. There's a word for it. That's not optimistic. That is not Annabellish, but it's like a combination of those words. Somebody figured it out last time when I was trying to use it to explain Owen Jones. Somebody figured it out where you just have as something, whoever figured it out last time, by the time I get to the bottom of the SandBox, I'm expecting to see the answer there. I think Stephen Miller does have kids, John. Jet Legend says Katie, married him because she was promised he would one day become a real boy. That promise was a lie because he was an ass the whole time. Yeah, that sounds accurate. What's the word? Damn it. I did catch somebody caught the other word I was looking for. A veiled threat, user says. I think implied threat is also there. Veiled or implied, both are actually very much what I was looking for. But I'm leaning more towards the veiled threat. Good for Gabby. Do you know the word for veiled threat? Yes, that's what I was going for. The Wild Weds. Can we refuse to recognize the Trump regime next? Well, they tried to not recognize the Biden regime. Like, that's the thing. Trump never recognized Biden as president, really. Like, he eventually kind of capitulated that he was president, but unfairly, it was stolen, all that sort of stuff. So what's stopping him from going in with a militia and just taking him out, you know, doing that vigilante justice? John Martinez, I'm shocked PP married outside his race, considering how hateful and Nazi-esque he is. Same as JD Vance, oddly enough. Yep. But racist people can still marry people of color. I feel bad for his wife. To have children with like mixed nationalities and stuff like that too, coming from people like JD Vance's kids in particular, the way JD Vance has been talking about his wife lately. Oh, that's got to be painful. Oh, right. There was something else that I was going to talk about at the end of all that. Not that anyone reminded me, but if we just scooch back to the veiled threats towards Canada and stuff of that sort. The implied threats, the veiled threats towards Canada becoming the 51st state. The fact that Trump has now just bombed the United States, that there's all this talk about Greenland being annexed and stuff like that. If you live in Kingston, Ontario, or know anyone who lives in Kingston, Ontario, have a plan to evacuate. I am very, very worried about Kingston, Ontario. Why, you might ask? Well, it's right on the border to the United States. It used to be the capital of Canada long time ago, before Canada was really Canada, and it has a military base. It is an ideal target if the United States wants to send a warning shot and show of force. I'm worried about Kingston. I wish that wasn't a thing, but I am. I am actually worried that the military base in Kingston can be a target as a warning shot and show of force towards Canada. So if you know anyone that lives there, just make sure you have 2 weeks supply of food and medication, and if possible, an exit plan. Just saying. I wish that wasn't a thing, but it's a thing that we actually have to be worried about, because before, Canada didn't really have to worry about being involved in a war. We would send people to a war and they would come back. But we were never, like, ever since the 1800s or so, have never directly been in a war, fought on our grounds. And things have changed significantly since then. Like the thought of an actual invasion, because we've always been so safe over here, you know? The United States really being our only border country, like technically Russia, but not really, because, you know, the whole North Pole thing. Not that the North Pole is going to be an issue much longer with the way climate change is going. But we've always been protected by our oceans. Not going to be the case so much anymore. So yeah, it's Kingston that I'm worried about the most right now. The Wild West, not the men though. No, just the women in Venezuela are worth going to Venezuela for. So, Life, there's videos of Florida Venezuelans celebrating. You mean the people who decided to leave Venezuela because they were probably MAGA brain type stuff? You know, the people that were, Venezuela's gone too woke bullshit? Like, it's the people who, the MAGA sorts who would have fled the country should Kamala Harris get in power. Those are the people that are commenting outside of Venezuela and celebrating. It's like if all the MAGAs decided to go to MAGA land after Kamala got in power, and then somebody came in and took her out of power, they'd all be celebrating. That's kind of the vibe that I get from it. Let's see. I'm still expecting. I'm almost near the bottom of the sandbox. I'm still expecting that one of you will have that other word in my head for being like Annabelle-ish optimist. There's a word for it. Not naive, but like an Annabelle-ish optimistic. There's a word for it. Don't make me word hippo it. Yes, the reference frame. Over 40 people in Venezuela were killed by that, probably. Innocent people. So many people in the United States celebrating it, joking about it. It's disgusting. I'm not seeing the word. I'm not seeing the word. The Wild West, I'm worried about Ottawa, LMFO. I'm not so worried about Ottawa. Because it's almost like that's too direct. Because that would be an absolute declaration of war. I think, again, if it's going to be a warning shot and show of force, they're not going to go for Ottawa. But Kingston is damn close to Ottawa and has a military base and is right on the border. And that's why I think they'd be the target. That Ottawa is just, it's a step too far for a warning shot / show of force. Like, yes, I know they attacked the capital in Venezuela, but yeah, I don't think Ottawa would be the first target. And the Wild West has family in Kingston. Yeah, I don't mean to like put fear into people, but if I lived in Kingston right now, I'd be feeling sick. It jumped, which is good for you guys because I have to scroll back up. Give you time to figure out what that word is. Let's see. Matt Lefty, Canada is too white, in my opinion. They don't call us the Great White North for nothing. So, Life, my boss told me that this weekend that the Arctic has been gaining record ice this year. Is that true? I doubt it. And also, it's one of the things, like, even if it were to gain record, it's still behind. So even if they gain more ice this year than they have in previous years for a long, long time ago, it's still nowhere near getting back to where it was. So I doubt it. I doubt it. Lefty, Ireland is an island. It didn't help us. Yeah. BCAT, like Florida Cubans, yes. Not Pollyannish. I said it wasn't Pollyannish. It's like optimistic Pollyannish. Naive. There's a word for it, and somebody got it the last time, and I was using it to explain how Owen Jones thinks about, how he believes a reckoning is coming. That, the people responsible for the genocide in Gaza will be held accountable. And I was just thinking, that's a very pleasant way of viewing the future. Very naive, very optimistic, very Pollyannish, but it's none of those words. I don't think anyone has it. I don't think anyone has it. Sanguine? No. I don't even know what that means. You're making me word hippo it. Encouraging, promising, rosy, bright, hopeful, auspicious? No. Let's see. No, not enthusiastic. Hey, sanguine is there, but it's not the word. Be encouraged. Idealistic. There. You made me word, and Pollyannish is actually right below it. Word hippo. There's idealistic there. There's Pollyannish. There's sanguine. Can I make this bigger? Yes, word hippo. I love word hippo. For people who are looking for words. For synonyms, definitions, because it's not just like a single word. Sometimes it could be like a few word phrase type thing. I use this so much for my writing. Because then it has it broken down like this, because you can have it as an adjective. So sometimes one word can mean multiple things. And so when you're looking for a synonym, it can be a bit difficult because it doesn't get the context in what you're using it. But this breaks it down into the different contexts. So say like adjective, inspiring or feeling hope and optimism. Adjective, hopeful and confident about the future. Adjective, happy and cheerful in mood of atmosphere. And then if it's a noun, it will go into a noun as well. So then you can click on these things too. And so like idealistic. And then it can, again, it's broken down into the different contexts of the word that you're looking for. Like objective, ambitious, or difficult to achieve. Altruistic or benevolent in nature. And so then there are different words related to that sort of thing. But word hippo, oh my God, so useful. So useful. Nobody got idealistic. Yes, house hippo is probably still greater than word hippo, but word hippo is pretty damn great. I've shown the house hippo commercial on here a couple times. And on this space. Oh, somebody should have gotten that. I'm just saying, somebody should have gotten that. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like 10 o'clock here. I'm pooped. I am pooped. And I have another very heavy live stream to do tomorrow. The Wild West, save us, word hippo. It's going to be word hippo. House hippo sounds like a slur. Lefty, have you seen the commercial? The house hippo commercial that Canada used to run? Oh, it's so cute. Maybe we need that right now. Do we need the house hippo? As a way to unwind from this? This is back before AI was a thing. And it was a PSA, kind of like what J.D. Vance was saying. But this was like back when they used to teach like media literacy, like think before you believe what you see on the screen type thing. And it is adorable. Oh, and I have it moot.
It's nighttime.
There we go.
It's nighttime in a kitchen just like yours. All is quiet. Or is it? The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. They come out at night to search for food, water, and materials for their nests. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. They build their nests in bedroom closets, using lost mittens, dryer lint, and bits of string. The nests have to be very soft and warm. House hippos sleep about 16 hours a day.
That looked really real, but you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? That's why it's good to think about what you're watching on TV and ask questions, kind of like you just did. A message from Concerned Children's...
Yeah, back when media literacy was actually taught. Such a cute commercial, though. Oh, BCAT got the word? Did you? Where? I didn't see it. Oh, there we go. Okay, I see it now. You got it, BCAT. Idealistic. Right before I gave up and started using word hippo. So congratulations for BCAT for reading my mind. Hermeteorologist, truth in advertising. Yeah, I miss that. I miss that. Hermeteorologist, I smell burnt toast came from a Canadian commercial. Yes, one of the heritage moments when they were discovering, I think it was something to do with seizures, something that triggered her seizure. BCAT, oh my God, I want a teacup hippo. Okay. Whew. So I've closed a bazillion tabs. My computer, it doesn't sound so mad at me anymore, which is nice because I had way too many tabs open. And then I'll close a whole bunch tomorrow because, yes, again, tomorrow I'll be going over stories to do with Palestinians. Wednesday is my This Space appearance. Friday, I'll be doing another live stream about how absolutely out of control AI has gotten because of like Elon Musk and Grok and other misogynistic related topics to that. So, with all of that, I am tired. Yeah, I'm tired. And I still need to have like a normal dinner. And I don't feel like eating or cooking anything. Well, I feel like eating. I don't feel like cooking anything, which is always very problematic when it comes to, you know, eating dinner, is you do have to do the cooking part in order to get to the eating part because I don't have anything pre-made. Anyway. So, none of my channels that I regularly watch are live right now, so I don't have anyone to send you off to. Check out the Democracy Now! If you want more information. Left Reckoning also did something on it, on Venezuela. I haven't seen it yet. Because I know after this, to unwind, I'm watching, is his name Matt Bernstein? Something like that. A video on how Dr. Phil became a Nazi. Because sure, I need that in my head right before I go to bed. When I am done these TYT essays, I'm taking a fucking vacation. Only not right away because, fingers crossed, it doesn't boost my numbers. I don't want to take an immediate vacation if I suddenly get a boost in my channel. I want to actually provide content. So we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully. Hopefully. So thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you to the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Don't forget all of this stuff here. I'm still working on building up my Left of the Box accounts on Twitter and Blue Sky. Please, 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 please follow me there if you haven't already. Also TikTok, yeah, sure. I might start posting on there again at some point. Hopefully I have a sort of announcement soon. We'll see. We'll see. I'm working on it. Because, like, I didn't have enough on my plate already. Thank you to everyone who has helped out financially through becoming a member, a patron, purchasing something off my wish list, one-time donations towards Frodo's vet bills. All of it has helped me get this far. And I kid you not, I would not be able to do this without the wonderful support. Please buy my book. That's a way that you can financially help me out while getting something really amazing for yourself. And I still cannot wait until I can get back to this. Oh, how I live in this world. How I live in this world. Tomorrow I have to try to get my car out of the parking lot. It's iced in. As in my tires are basically in blocks of ice that keep on spinning out. So I have to go steal salt from the landlord and dump it around my car tires. Anyway. I think that's it. I think that's it. So I'll see a lot of you tomorrow. So. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.